My name is Erica Lorraine Spencer, and I remain subject to state surveillance and terrorism by the state of California that is operating a malicious targeting system which is referred to as federal group stalking and monitoring via communication devices. And it is in violation of federal stalking statute 18 U.S.C. sections 2261A subsections 1 and 2. My website and podcast serve the public good by publishing evidence of the public entity's ceaseless engagement in a pattern of conduct intended to stalk and monitor via communication devices, surveil, harass, and terrorize an American citizen in concert with the people of the state of California. Documentation serves the lawful purposes of wide exposure, federal prosecution, and influencing federal legislation with policies specifically designed to punish, dismantle, and disincentivize an unprecedented targeting system by a public entity that acts in concert with the people of the state in order to criminally place under surveillance and terrorize an American citizen, which is a matter of public corruption in the state of California. See thepatternofconduct.wordpress.com.
It is Tuesday, March 1st, 2022. It is currently 7:48 p.m. And the entity is engaging in the pattern of conduct where I am. The engagements in the elements are, as I capture in still images, the light source is directly over the museum on the side that I am standing at 225 South Euclid Avenue in Ontario. The people of the state, the demon-possessed engaged in surveillance, are maintaining presence via traffic. This is the chief means of doing so. As I begin movement, the entity flies over by a commercial airline plane, which I capture images of, the entity making a U-turn right here on the same side of the museum, and you see the fake sun on the side of the museum where I'm standing. That's a means of what is crossing path in the sky space. These demons are crossing path as well. 8FOY178, 6NGW436, 8THE480, 4NHK423, 7MEL402, 8Y89504, 7TNX863, 86162T1, 04949E3, 3STAR12, I believe, 8U53, I can't see that one, 8SNK36, but I can't see the last character, 7NRZ843, 5THJ561, 7XLE321, 8XXE560, BT4508, can't see the last character, N1540, 7FJG8, I can't see that one, 8TSE, did you guess that one, 8SES224, 8VTN337, 8LGF221, 5CNH016, 6RCL130, 7TLW412, and that's called crossing a path. The entity is doing the same thing on the opposite side of the street. The San Bernardino County building, the 150 East Holt Boulevard, that is a state facilitating venue. They're monitoring as well, engaging in stalking by commercial airline planes, stalking, and not only stalking in the path, but stalking with activity, which is what Union Pacific is. This is how a train is engaged in, and that represents the people of the state. A company is engaging in the use of a train for purposes of maintenance of audible activity, which is the practicing of demonic conduct while you are placing another under surveillance. So this is terrorism. This is the sexual violence that such a company using a train is engaging in, facilitating. And you are also understanding, this is what I'm capturing in the images, the fake sun is over me. Union Pacific is a train that's in motion as a means of audible activity, and doing so while the state then flies over as I begin walking. 7BWN790. Using that plane to fly over as I begin walking is relevant positioning, and it's a demon that is stalking with activity. License 86705R2, 6PSJ091, 7CVN229, 8RBH033, 8SRX905, 7BRU584, 8VVL832, 8RTC370, 8RXS671, 5DBR655, 8AJU742, 7MAH079, 6CSP956, 8YYU204, 8NOB061, 8GDX089, 8GYC594, 24318B1, 8X60079, 8CLE169, 8TZW744, I can't really see that one, 5MUF743, 8JHF017, 7MBP219, 7JWL105, 7XET107, 8RTJ780, I believe, 8AKJ991, 7M05508, CB69N68, that's paper plate, 7ERJ857. All right, these are demons. You're talking about what is that ongoing impossibility, which is the occurrence of directed light. They are under what is not the actual sun. This is the demonic environment. This is the practicing of demonic activity. This is a demon-possessed population. They are engaging in what is criminal monitoring with surveillance. Criminal monitoring with communication devices, which is surveillance. All right, 5YEF458. And they're doing it on behalf of an entity, the public entity, the state of California, placing American citizens under surveillance and doing it with the people. And as an entity engages in this, it is also the revealing of what is entirely demonic. The government engaging in a satanic targeting system. The people of the state demon-possess themselves while they are engaging in this stalking conduct. 8 USS068. 8RRH056, 6MHH676, 8MXF956, 8AO7867, 8YXY655, 8AFU247, 8GCW229, 7FBU330, 8BZE238, and it's currently 7:53 a.m. Student Transportation of America? No, that's Ontario Montclair School District. Same entity. I want to be specific, though, with the demon that's using whatever a commercial means, malicious means of engaging in state surveillance. License 8YEV591, 8AOC027. (6KHY030), 8SKE142, 7YDN939, 6EVB077, BN99E16, that's paper, 7JHW980, 8LWH976, 7VAD882, 8AKJ991, 8LQR025, 8JZH603, BU19S14, paper, 65186U2, 7D29378, 7VHX853, 853, 28117J1, 8LKD953, and it's 7:54 a.m. License 7TIW172, 8ZAS662, 8RXP107, 952YD handicap, 7PIR829, and these are demons driving in directed light. 8TSM713, 8ZTA577, license 88CH515, 8VNH012. This demon that you see impossible light streaming from, 81376F3, in a white van that looks like a Latino male with a curly top. License 99840Y1. These demons are driving in that impossible light activity. They're demons acting as one. Okay, separated by nothing but vehicles, one demonic entity acting together, stalking together. License 7TEY090, including the Ontario Police Department. Captured that at 7:55 a.m. License plate BF92H39, that's a paper plate. XP92177. License PRXYNE. PRXTINE, 7EDH280, 8P61301, 7HYU509, and that's on student transportation. 7RSV449, 7SAY684, 6MNB752, license 5AOJ032, 7JBG080, 8C01926. All of these demons are engaging in, at the still image, for example, as I captured it, you have directed light coming forward toward me on the asphalt, 8FLH488, 8TGK676, I believe. You have all of them while they cross path, fanning out of the same directed light. It's the ongoing impossibility with light. This is not what light does. Light is not sprawling toward away from your vehicle like it's Star Trek on the ground. 1518713, but you have what are demons driving school buses, driving police vehicles, driving 8SV and 516, 7NHZ 712, demons alike, not separate, one entity. I can walk through any neighborhood and read every single last one of their addresses if I wanted to document it on my podcast, which I've done that before, putting it on my website for purposes of exposing what are the demon-possessed population. But let me be clear, it's going to be exposing prosecution. And I don't have to actually read down the entire neighborhood's addresses. These are tactics you're understanding how you are able to document in every single way that you can fathom. 196MT. All right. And those are just examples of doing that as I have done so. And shown that. And I want to be clear, that is exactly the people that are monitoring you, you are subject to surveillance. That's why you have fanning out of directed light across the asphalt. All right, license plate. 7KS. Hold on. 7KSG601. 5RFL541. VE-49-707. Looks like Sonora. That's on that license plate. 6WHL895. 8PTE664, City of Ontario. You already know about those demons. License 1624445. Over here being demons just the same, while demonic light is fanning across the asphalt while they cross path. License plate 7CAX296, 8WYX901, 7PQZ 987, 8PCG412, I believe, 8NXA225, 7JLK774, 8YWA332, 8UCP686, 5238 4A2, BF68S30 paper. License 8TTH692. That audible activity is instrumental in directed light. 4X77484. 7SVT291. License 8Y79202. 6VKY164. 8AKJ991. 7VOS809. And it's currently, by the way, 7:59 a.m. Alrighty, license 11-20733. Showing you an overweight black female. She's driving the bus, identifying the venue, Ontario Montclair School District. Demons driving school buses. Demons engaging in facilitation of monitoring with communication devices with children who have cell phones. Directed light across that bus. It's license 11-20733. Stalking, just the same. Stalking driving a school bus. But it is as absurd and ridiculous and pathetic as stalking in a dumpster truck, stalking in your own car, stalking in a police vehicle, in a fire truck. That's showing these goofy, pathetic demons in the position, in the true light, not the directed light. 7PHK033, because that's exactly what they're doing. 8HSA545, and it's called state surveillance. Monitoring with young children, 8YEV128. That's a male driving that vehicle with a mustache. 7MJK751, 5UFS593. License 8FLK261. Coca-Cola engaged in the P.O.C. stalking in the path at traffic under this fake sun. You're stalking, and you're doing so representing a company. Holiday Trucking, they're crossing path. License plate 5746383. License plate 7AGC258. And it is currently 8:05 a.m. and I captured that video. You're going to want to look at 6C25724. License 7PYN025. And again, the location where I'm showing you the fake sun, it's a scientific impossibility, not only because of what I pointed out. You're talking about where I am at different times. You're also remembering the fact that the state engaged in keeping a fake sun over the Ontario Town Square, which is on the opposite side of the same whole boulevard where I'm standing. All right, that's at 5:12 p.m. That is less than 50 steps away for me, all right, the Ontario Town Square. That is also, you were witnessing in all manner while the demons drive by with the directed light. That's an impossibility that you are witnessing, because you're looking at demonic activity. You're witnessing the confessions of the demon possessed. As they engage in the conduct, they're telling you what they are. They're telling you what they're doing. All right. You know them by their deeds, by what they are doing, not out of the lying face of a minion who wants to say, They can say whatever they want. They've said many of things, as you've heard them, and I'm going to prosecute them for the things that they've said while they're engaging in stalking on behalf of the government. License 5TDN 483, license 8LVY 145, 6NFC 080, 1535495, license 7APR 570, 7GID 109. And let me be clear, that video that I captured still images of Ontario police engaging in visibly crossing path, which is an intent to terrorize and threaten while you are stalking with the people of the state and of that condition demon possession, which is exactly the case. The fake sun is over 150, so as I just showed you in video. You are looking at what is relevant positioning by the Ontario Police Department, a demon-possessed agency. 5 MYC, I can't see the rest of one. License 7XFM222, 8LCG 879. What's that? Frontier Communications crossing path as well, 8CZP 176. All right, and so you have these demons that are crossing path, and while they drive away, this is how focused demons are. The directed light, and not only is it an impossibility, the directed light comes backwards toward me. While they're driving in the opposite direction, the directed light is coming forward towards me. And you can see their stalking conduct also by the placement of the fake sun, focused on where I'm at. Okay, license 8NIB063. The demon-possessed are an inferior population. They are criminals, they're violent sex offenders, and they are a demented group of closeted psychopaths, but that psychopath status is not closeted anymore. Let me be clear, it's 8:07 a.m. All right, you see the demon-possessed population engaged in relevant positioning, sitting at the traffic light of Hope Boulevard at 8:07 a.m., where they are stalking in the path, demonstrating that demon possession not only while they're under the fake sun, then all these demons are engaging in crossing path with directed light on the asphalt in the building. License 8MQZ842-10979T2, that's SCM Construction. License 6EVB077, 7TGO342. License 6GJE018, 6YYS198, 6YLY473, 236HL Handicap 87834V1, 7KXA901, I believe, 8YFN690, Mark Christopher, license, I can't see that one. Mark Christopher hires demons, that company name, engaging in what is terrorizing and stalking, engaging in interstate stalking with the government. Directed light on the ground behind that truck, an impossibility. It's not even the sun that demon is driving under. Not the actual sun, it's a light source. License plate, 5YSE723, and a paper plate on the front of that vehicle. License 8WME274. License 6YHS443. And Puritan Bakery crossing path as well, which is at the same intersection. License 7L03493. There are so many ways of understanding the impossibility. The light source remaining at the B&G Plaza, which is feet away on Hope Boulevard, on the same street. You have what is the entity keeping a fake sun over that, as I've documented. Let me see. November 26th, which I published on my website to remind you, when you're looking at that fake sun over me at yesterday morning while I'm at the B&G Plaza earlier than the day prior at 8:14 where I remained at the museum. All right, you're paying attention to the documentation because I'm showing you what is not possibly the sun, and I'm showing you what is the revealing of demon possession, 8ENF848, as the people demonstrated themselves. But I'm also showing you what is unmistakable. There's no getting around. You don't have a legal argument with regard to federal group stalking and monitoring either. And you shall be prosecuted as a terrorist that you are with regard to the demonic activity that people are engaging in. 7CVH718, 5ZHA002, 8TFC077, 78004D3, 7SBH549, 7YVA101. 2894446Y, that's extra lease. License 8XWG271, 8XHY919, 8RKT787, 6CKM, 6CKM112. And it is 8:10 a.m. The entity kept a light source, because that's not the sun, kept an object that's supposed to appear as the sun, assuming that you are just a blatant idiot with no common sense, or that actually this demonic system is never going to be revealed, and so what if you know? This is pretty much the attitude of the demon possessor. You prosecute for that as well. Everything about the pattern of conduct is entirely malicious. It is wicked, and it is intended to oppress while they engage in the criminal conduct with knowledge, because they're stalking and monitoring. They know exactly what you are trying to enforce with regard to your rights as you document. So anyway, the entity kept the fake sun over the B&G Plaza, and I documented this November 26th at the same time of year. November 26, 2021. And I documented that as late as 3:15, after 3:15. That's not the sun that's present over the B&G Plaza at 7:45, 7:50 in the morning, as I documented yesterday, or 8 o'clock in the morning, or 9 o'clock in the morning, or returning while I'm there at that time, getting on the bus, going to Pomona, and coming back at 11, 12 o'clock in the afternoon. None of this is the sun. That's not the conduct of the sun. It's impossibility, and that's exactly what the entity did the other day when I did not leave Ontario. When I woke up at the museum, walked down Hope Boulevard to Mercy House, walked back down Hope Boulevard, and go to Stater Brothers, and walk back down the street on B Street, which is just one street north of Hope Boulevard, literally just going back and forth. And the entity kept a fake sun over me, going in all directions, and then setting that fake sun at the Ontario Town Square where I am right now, 8SXB372. 8VNK674, 8EZP451. Alrighty, and that Ontario Town Square is right there right here where I'm standing, documenting the minions at Wells Fargo who are stalking in the path. Alright, 8RKV684, and this is the delusion that the demon possessed are engaged in. You're stalking under a fake sun and with directed light, and then they go to an ATM as though they're separate. And that's what I mean by your conduct. It says though you are somehow exempted from what's an ongoing document, and you're not. These are delusional, demon-possessed stalkers. All right, but like I said, have nothing to do other than engage in the P.O.C. 5RHY357, 92172U2, 8KWJ120, 8NZX945, directed light moving across that car of this stalker at a red light. License 8VRM931, 56150V2. That's SoCal Gas that likes to engage in stalking a lot. Engaging in surveillance, sitting around the perimeter around me while a fake sun remains at B&G Plaza. I didn't go to B&G Plaza today. It's right over Wells Fargo where SoCal Gas is stalking. License 5FRF296 and SoCal Gas touching. That's a Latino male driving that vehicle. License 8VRM931, 7EIH494, 67541B1, BRUIN94, 6TXX979, 798VP handicap. 8ZGL402, BE992G3, paper, 8AJN277, 7EIR644, 8VLZ932, 8ECY235, 8YRZ711, 8SXB372, 8WZV776, 5FVD047, 7YXX282, 94249Y1, 828, I can't see the rest of that one. Alrighty, this demon touching Latino male, facial beard and mustache, 8Z82086. And I captured an image of the fake sun that's right over the Wells Fargo right now at 8:14 a.m. The Wells Fargo is right here at the same property of the Ontario Town Square where the state was setting a fake sun at 5:12 p.m. 8KWJ120 is a sex offender molesting while directed light of SoCal Gas is stalking, touching while they're molesting with, crossing path on the street where I'm reading their license plates. These demons are stalking in the path and their sex offenders the same. Demon possessed, and they're monitoring. 5RHY357, including McCarthy. License 94249Y1. And it's currently 8:15 a.m. So again, this is common sense. The light source is over me at the museum, as I captured 48 hours ago, but I'm capturing it today because I'm not at the museum. The light source is moving over my head, and demons are following and touching with directed light. That's how that works. It's not the actual sun, and it's not possibly the actual sun. 8VNK674. And the demon whose image you see, I read his license plate already, and he is a sex offender sitting in traffic while an ongoing molestation with directed light is underway, going onto the surveillance cameras, security cameras of Wells Fargo, and engaging in business with a third-party facilitating venue, which are what the people of the state do. This is what state surveillance operates at, and this is also how you're documenting the people of the state in any business. 7NEJ116, 8AIV677, 8XSR397, as it's supposed to be the form. Like you can't buy something or be at an 18 while you're stalking in the path with a communication device, and you're also understanding the rest of the environment that's intentional, a fake sun and directed light. But you're separate because you're back and you're focusing visibly on a ATM machine. It's real ridiculous. License 8XWG271, 8EZP451. And so you have and if that's not an American-born citizen, you ship him out of the country. Ship him out of the country. The license plate I just read while she's playing her, hold on. Alrighty, this is a sex offender and a stalker. She's right under the fake sun that's at the Wells Fargo. The Wells Fargo is right there next to the the Ontario Town Square, where the state kept a fake sun over me while Officer S. Patty is present pursuant to criminal summoning. That's an additional federal charge. When you're talking about what is federal prison, and then engaging in that conduct with the people of the state at this same venue. Ontario Town Square is right there next to the Wells Fargo. This is the same property where the state had a fake sun at 3:40 p.m. in other words, and remaining until 5:11 p.m. as I documented on video for you to see. That is the pattern of keeping a light source over me. That is a scientific impossibility. Capture that right now. It's still image. And you're talking about what is also the conduct of the people themselves while they're in that telling environment. Directed light conduct, touching all over surfaces with directed light. They're demonstrating their own demon possession. That demon possession is directly relevant to being prosecuted as a terrorist while you're engaged in interstate stalking with the government. 26322D3 6GRJ781. 6PDA 230. 7THA 486. 7U05249. 8TSL 134. MECH MBL 8UNW 659. 6EVP 893. 8LPS 889. 6LOA 897. 6HJP 858. There we go. 7KYW 170, I believe. Yeah. And 8664OL2. 7BEC 047. 8VZE 841. 8FEV 031. BC 61716. 4th sector, third-party facilitating venue located at 404 North Euclid Avenue. They're monitoring their relevant position. I want to document that as I'm walking past the venue right now. And the light source is over me, as you recall my documentation, but I also heavily documented this location as I sat at a bus stop and the state kept a fake sun over me from morning until late afternoon. This was when I was showing what was the ongoing contrast remaining over me, over the property over me, for the duration of the day at Mercy House, and as I would go to the library. Throughout the day, as I would go to what is the Stater Brothers, and I'm showing you how all of these positions are distinct, even while in the same city, because you're talking about maintenance directly over my head as I go to all those venues, and maintenance in the same city, not going anywhere, just like you saw as I stayed at essentially Hope Boulevard. Yes, the day before yesterday. Let me get this license plate: 7FML185, 7WHE568. Demons. And this is NWP7966. That's a Texas license plate. While I'm walking up, this is where the Papa John's is at 420 Euclid Avenue and 404 North Euclid Avenue, 4th sector. And directed light moving all across the shaded. This is shaded. The fake sun is directly above it. All the entity does, for example, if I stayed in front of Papa John's, would just move it and by 5 p.m. be on the opposite side of the same street. That's how I'm able to capture for you at Starbucks at 507 North Euclid at 8:12 in the morning, I believe. It's like 8 something in the morning while I'm in the drive-thru. And on February 4th, 2022, while I'm on this same street waiting for the bus, this is after 3 o'clock in the afternoon, that's how I'm able to capture the fake sun, which is on the same street of the Starbucks. And that's just an example, because that's the third-party facilitator venue right here across the street where I'm already at. 8VIG919, 8ETL354. So you have the entity engaging in this sort of conduct in their group stalking at the ARCO, where the directed light is moving all across the shaded buildings. And this is the delusional psychopath. 7PNW518. License 8EOH706. They're at the ARCO at 434 North Euclid Avenue, 4UHX823, 71203, Y1, 5369, 53693E3. That light activity is ongoing while they are stalking by being at the ARCO. And again, this is 434, I believe? Yeah, 434 North Euclid Avenue. And guess what? It's also facilitation. Minions in the drive-thru at Starbucks, a facilitating venue. They're all monitoring together. 60JB814. That telltale conduct of directed light is speaking to identification and of the ongoing knowledge of that pattern of conduct of monitoring, 6HDH971. They're all sitting around stalking at gas stalls, at a venue, where they can easily congregate, whatever is open. If it was the dentist's office, that was the only thing that was open, guess what? You'd have a whole bunch of traffic built up at the dentist's office, going in there, making appointments, or going and following up on appointments, whatever it is to be stalking in the path. That's all they're doing while directed light is present. That's what the people of the state do. They're demons. And you see that through the directed light, ATQC 423. And you document the venue as well, because the company itself, this is state surveillance, they're monitoring. And I'll show you the fake sun over Arco at 8:22 a.m. Alrighty, see that? The light source over the Arco, more north than it was at all. When I did not walk anywhere on Euclid Avenue, I remained on license 8RKA015. I remained on Hope Boulevard going to the B&G Plaza, and license 8EOH704. That minion goes from Arco to Chevron, which is right across the street. She remains in relevant position at 506 North Euclid. 42351J3. And this one is 6HDH971. It is currently 8:23 a.m. Excuse me. So like I was stating, you're talking about what is the location of the 4th sector. I documented them not only in 2000, and it's not them, it's just that their venue happens to be located. All right, I'm capturing images of this Latina female with license 8EOH, who goes from Arco to right across the street to maintain relevant positioning. And as she moves from that gas station, all she's doing is engaging in a means of directed light. They're driving around in engineered light. So you're talking about everything that they're doing. They do it with regard to where I'm at and what I'm doing. It's activity creation, and it's entirely demonic. But like I said, she just goes across to the Chevron, and she's sitting in her vehicle monitoring on her communication device. And I did take her picture. License 6VYG883. So 4th sector at 404 North Euclid Avenue, again, that is the venue that I documented in 2021. And I was showing the ongoing stalking with the light source that remained over my head, not only at the addresses as I was using them as comparisons to see what is stalking with a fake sun, they will remain over me for the duration of the day. If I remained at Mercy House all day long, the light source remained over 435 South Bondview, where I was, I believe, 48 hours ago at 9:49 in the morning, all right? In doing so for the duration of the day, and then engaging in what is acting as though, like you've seen, the sun is then setting as I remain at that venue, and then as I walk from that venue, keeping that light source in alignment with me as I walk back toward Hope Boulevard. Okay, that is impossible to coexist if that's the actual sun. How is it ever going to be? It's never going to be seen in the city of Upland. And this is where you're looking at what is the big picture. It's not just what I'm documenting now, even though what I'm documenting now is well beyond what is a prima facie case. I'm revealing what is the precedent. All right. You're talking about that's not going to possibly be the sun anywhere. I already showed this in 2021. 5CKX751. The light source, the actual sun, is not remaining directly over my head is the argument. It is not just present relative in the sky space. It remains directly over my head, central over me, as I'm at 45th and Bondview, as I sit at that bus stop at 404 North Euclid Avenue, 4th sector, and doing so for hours. And you also see the impossibility that coexists. The directed light conduct, that's not sunlight. And you're also talking about what is then remaining for the duration of the day. It doesn't go anywhere. It stays right there over all day long. That's not just an impossibility as I witness it. It's an impossibility with regard to what is not possibly the sun. There's not just one sun, in other words, that is over you wherever you're located. 7KUV327. All right, this phenomenon is already established as a matter of fact, okay? So you're talking about what is then, when I go to Pomona, yeah, I referenced that, but that grandiose aspect of documentation, that is something that is just icing on the cake. I have already shown what is not possibly the sun. And you're looking at what is not possibly sunlight. This is in all manner of revealing the demon possession of a population. And it doesn't matter where I go. When I go to Los Angeles County, those demons know exactly who I am. That's why you had the entity engaging in stalking by helicopter. That's why a fake sun was nowhere possibly coexisting with being over the 280 North Limit Apartments in Ontario all day long. You're talking about what is remaining over me while I'm on the Metrolink. Not even on the street, on the train tracks of the Metrolink, and then getting off and walking on the streets of Cesar Chavez in Alameda. That's why that happened, and it's an impossibility. 8D8P55, going to what is College and Broadway. Where was the light source? Right there over my head in Los Angeles. 1395125 373UP handicap 6POV 347. 7NRF 884. It's not limited to any county or city that I'm in. 8LYT 596. The demons of Ontario are of the same condition. You're talking about what is a demon-possessed population as it's being revealed in the United States. This is where I live. All right, I'm in California. All right, this is relevant to what is beyond me. I just happen to be one who became aware of it, and I'm showing you what I'm subject to is not limited to where I physically am. As I have demonstrated that as I travel to a different location, the same demonic conduct, the same demonic environment. 7BYK 565, 7GWH 561, 5XRH 905, yeah. License ELKET. Ontario Police, Vehicle 1896, demon with license 1567617. And it is currently 8:28 a.m. 6 a.m. 992. BLG 5444. Let me show you where the fake sun is while Ontario PD engages in the pattern of conduct with the people of the state who engage in summoning them while they want to come and monitor me in person, for which you're going to be prosecuted. It's a federal crime by the people and the law enforcement together. 6WMV 735. This is a Washington plate, BLG 5444. The fake sun is right here over the El Pescador. Alrighty, I'm just capturing where I'm at. 8RYV736, I believe. The entity engaging in maintenance of a light source that's moving north of Euclid Avenue as I move again yesterday. As I am moving north of Euclid Avenue at a later time, and I capture the fake sun at a later time at the same location. That's the significance of my documentation. 4SHK976, 8MDP910, 7HD0007, I believe. Can't really see that one. But not only that, that's not the only part. There are many aspects to showing the impossibility with regard to what the entity is doing under a light source that's not possibly the sun. 8KAU467, license 5CCE989, 8XNR 352, 6YJD887, VXB8292, that's Virginia, 40568S2, 6XYU495, 4AMV770, license BP52N73, paper, license 60782Z2, all of them monitoring with law enforcement. These are the people of the state, and they are the same condition, demon possession. 8SLW721, license 8CVU761, 7V2L, 7VZL230, 5M, I can't really see the rest of them, and it's currently 8:30 a.m. 5XBG990, 951771, 5JBZ685, 4AY6694, that's a large truck. XEM491, 6XWE317, clear view, window cleaning, it's stalking, CLEARVU. The fake sun is in clear view while those demons driving that commercial vehicle are crossing path in the same demonic environment with directed light, engaging in surveillance and facilitation while the rest of the people are surrounding in a relevant position as well. 5TMW272, 8CYG547, 7VYX422.
Yeah, but they're all supposed to be there today.
It's 8:31 a.m. All right, I'm capturing what you hear. Yeah, so they're all supposed to be there today while this overweight minion is stalking while she's engaging in what's supposedly her aerobics, which she needs to focus on. She's actually focused on me. You see the fake sun moving right over me while she's in operation of a communication device, and demons are in the background using their vehicles as audible activity, honking their horn as a moment that I change to the camera function and capture this demon in tights with a ponytail. She's stalking in the path under the fake sun. All right, and it is the same thing. I'm showing you the demons that are walking, for example, at the Upland Public Library, and you're looking at what is the fake sun directly over the Upland Public Library. And I'm telling you about what is their conversation. What is it they're looking like? You're focused on exercising. First of all, I mean, I'll stop with the jokes. Anyway, looking like you're focusing on exercising. In other words, she's clearly not focused on that. She needs to be. But second of all, the fake sun directly rebuts that. All right, the environment that you are in, it is surveillance by the people of the state. And they are in an environment that reveals the stalker and the demon-possessed stalker that they are. And they are also present in what is an environment that they are not distinct or separate from, i.e. directed light. All right, so you're talking about what is minions with little babies talking about potty training under the fake sun in the city of Upland. The day before, the fake sun was nowhere in the city of Upland, didn't even go up the street to get to Upland on Euclid Avenue. Remained right there off of Hope Boulevard all day. All right, the venue where I have already passed at, you're talking about 8 o'clock in the morning, walking north to get to the city of Upland. All right, but yet you have it remaining captured on video for you to see in alignment with me at the Ontario Town Square. All right, there is an impossibility any way that you are looking at that. You're not going to be able to see it. That light source, if it's the actual sun, it's not remaining over the same region, over the same property in order to capture. If it's present in the morning, the sun is supposedly, allegedly, the sun that we know, the sun that we're taught about, is engaged in ongoing movement. It's not remaining all day long over your house. If the sun is present or you can see it from your house in the morning, it's not staying there all day long. 6RLU810, a sex offender, all right, driving around the perimeter and touching with directed light the entire time. All right, and you have demons that are sitting around standing on the sidewalk with their cell phones, acting like they're exercising when they're overweight and they actually do need to exercise, and talking about whatever it is that they're talking about on their cell phones while directed light and the fake sun remains over me. That's state surveillance. That's the demon-possessed population. It's currently 8:34 a.m. All right, let me read some sex offenders' license plates. 7KJK248, 8JDX891, ALJ5978, Arizona, 5NKT776, 7JQM187, 7RZK320, engaging in surveillance at the Gisela and Garita DDS APC Family Cosmetic Dentistry. This is where they're engaging in sitting in the parking lot stalking. This is a big-headed white man driving that vehicle with that license plate again. Let me read it to you. Engaging in surveillance, stalking in the path, waiting for me to walk by. 7RZK320, 8SNRO96, C978DO, 6JGK912, 8HLM112, 8VLZ932. Alrighty, these demons representing the people of the state at what is Evan C. Baker DDS Cosmetic and Implant Dentistry at 846, and Gisela M.L. Angarita DDS APC Family and Cosmetic Dentistry at 848 Euclid Avenue. In Ontario, the fake sun is right over me in this parking lot. Directed light remains over me as I'm walking up the street, and the fake sun, in conflict with already being in Upland at 8:48 a.m. as I capture standing in front of the fake church. It's not a church. It's a venue where demonic activities underway at 8:48 a.m., which I captured on video. I would never capture what is this light source that's over me at this dentistry office of Evan C. Baker, S.C. Baker, and Gisela Angarita at 846 and 848 Euclid Avenue. Let alone being over me while I'm on the bus of Omnitrans at what is the intersection in Pomona, California, while I'm on Route 61 and I am facing south, and the light source is for the entire time moving in real time to keep in perfect alignment with me, which is the pattern with this light source that is not possibly the sun. That light source that's not possibly the sun, coexisting at the same time, is maintaining central presence over my head. Directed light, as you see on the grounds of this parking lot, which I took a picture of, as though light shoots as a laser off of your vehicle onto walls. You see directed light in the environment, and also directed light as I'm reading the license plates as I'm walking up the street. These demons in this dentistry office, in this venue right here, this professional plaza, they're engaged in state surveillance, and they are demons alike. That is exactly what that is revealing. It is not separate. And that's why that which is not possibly the sun, which is key to that pattern of conduct as I'm revealing it, this ongoing scientific phenomenon, it's an impossibility, is revealing what is broad with regard to demon possession of a population. Doesn't matter what those demons are doing for a living, okay? So I want to be clear, and they are engaged in monitoring with communication devices while they're sitting in their office, and while demons are sitting around stalking in their parking lot, while demonic conduct is surrounding their venue, and demonic conduct is present there. Directed light is on the grounds. That's evidence. The fake sun is over my head on your property. That's evidence. Directed light all on me and stalking conduct by the entity while I am in relevant position to where you are. That's evidence. It is currently 8:38 a.m. And I did capture that evidence, and those are third parties at that venue. License 8TDC 535. 21784C3. 67761E3. 42708X1. 8MWP257. Omnitrans 1545862, bus 2348, picking up a minion, a Latino male, black cap, black jacket, black pants, and black shoes, stalking in the path, monitoring with a communication device. Omnitrans, engaging in federal stalking as well, arrives, engaging in the P.O.C. with that minion, under what is the fake sun, and getting on surveillance cameras. That minion is on surveillance cameras of, again, bus 2348, 1545. 862 at what is 8:39 a.m. That's an iteration of the pattern of conduct. License plate 7TFY 586. KFV 955. 7TDH 849, I believe. 8ZTE 314. 4645 OD3, I believe. All right, and this minion pushing a stroller is a sex offender while I'm being molested with directed light. He's crossing the path pushing a stroller. License TP117, I believe, but I can't really see that one. It's a large truck, and I'm at the intersection of what is I Street. Well, now I'm at Plaza Serena and Euclid Avenue. This is a stalker that's pushing a stroller, which is in no way suggesting that you are not demon-possessed, that you are not stalking in the path, monitoring with communication devices. Demons are focused on the exterior. They're focused on the shell. They're focused on what they look like or what it looks like they're doing. And what you are revealing about the demonic system is that it's entirely malicious. And you were talking about what are literally demented psychopaths. These are psychopaths that are engaging in, again, desperate and demented conduct and trying to wear some sort of mask, but there is no mask. That's what I'm saying, because I've witnessed that. You're talking about what is, while the demon possessors are literally listening to me document their conduct and their tactics, and then you'll have what is someone that are engaged in that sort of conduct that you see, engaging in the same exact P.O.C. All right, directed light, shooting like a laser, touching all over me, and then you'll have somebody that's crossing by and does so with a stroller. All right, as though it's some suggestion that you're no exception. You are no exception whatsoever. It is the same exact P.O.C. And that's understanding what is demonic activity, by the way. While you are focusing on the flesh and blood, and it has nothing to do with flesh and blood. It has nothing to do with what they're wearing, where they're working, okay? What they are outwardly appearing to be engaging in physically. 44144M2. That's what demonic activity is about. 5XMW799, and that is revealing the psychopath. That's the terrorism that the people of the state, that's an aspect of that terrorism. Psychopaths that surround, and then they are engaging in what is being confronted with what they've never been confronted with before. Documentation and prosecution for every demonic tactic that they exercise. All right, I'm revealing it to you. I'm telling you what they do, and I'm telling you what is the purpose behind these psychopaths' conduct as they engage in it. You know what the P.O.C. is, and so let me tell you what the demonic mindset is. All right, what their intent is, that motivation, that demented mind state, because you're dealing with Satan. All right, so like I said, it's 8:42 a.m. and I documented this minion who's crossing path, pushing a stroller, and is engaging in what is, again, the most ironic kind of pushing a stroller, and that's supposed to suggest that you're not a sex offender, while I still remain subject to what is a molestation with directed light. That's the P.O.C. That's what that is. Anyway, it's 8:43 a.m. And in the same way, for example, you can sit in the comfort of your own home, which has significance legally when the government's engaging in surveillance. You can sit in your own home and engage in criminal conduct. You can engage in sexually violating another while the government is engaged in surveillance, because it's called relevant positioning. You're monitoring with communication devices, and you are fully engaged in that pattern of conduct. In the same way that you are able to engage in that P.O.C. in such a massive massive inclusion with regard to that. The entity is doing it through the people of the state. That's the same way you are able to actually catch those federal charges as well, sitting in whatever is the comfort of your home, sitting in your dentist office, where you're not in any way exempted, and you are equally capable of being prosecuted, and you are equally incriminated. There is no exception, and that is demonstrated through what is the maintenance of this impossible environment. This environment is absolutely impossible to naturally be occurring. So that's speaking to what is going on with regard to the supernatural, and that is why demon possession and the condition and the environment, how this environment is occurring, is, first of all, the exclusion of any legally relevant argument. You don't have one. It's literally the deeds of Satan, and this is making real, everyday, relevant to your everyday life. Demonic activity is real, and there's an entire demon-possessed population, and they're engaged in surveillance. Criminal monitoring. License 8KRS 443 CV. I can't really see that one. 8RZF 149 71483. I can't really see that one either. 8V VM 127. License 7TZM 629. 8CZP 172. Chaffee Joint Union High School, at what is third-party facilitating venue, Chaffee High School. I want to make sure I'm clear on that. This is a venue where the pattern of conduct is underway at the high school. License 6ELU111. In Chaffee Joint Union High School, a demon driving a school bus. This is the license plate. And this minion appears to be a Caucasian woman. She's wearing a striped sleeveless shirt, 1302408. Lines of directed light behind that bus while that demon crosses path driving that school bus to what is the third-party facilitating venue, Chaffee High School. Okay? License 7XTR701. All right, monitoring with an underage, 7ZMB628. Molesting with an underage, 8TWF118. Chaffee Joint Union High School as well, 1068243, 7FKG430, 62025L2. Engaging in molestation and terrorism and stalking with an underage minion who's using their bike, stalking in the path, present right under the fake sun. And let me show you, it's right here at the Euclid Vias. Remaining on one street, license plate. 7HGH708, 8UCP787, 8CHN283, 7UUS762, 8LLM166, stalking the same. All right, and Chaffee High School, like I said, is nothing but a venue. The fake sun runs over that property, the same. Demon possession, the same. 6NDD565, BGM3588, Arizona. CL585, handicap, 8RJW425, TRDECHO. 20402Z2, 8DWF545, 8EFC789, 8CUK813. And I captured that little minion who's on a red bicycle, directed light, while demons are crossing paths. They're monitoring together with underage, engaging in sexual violence. That's what touching with directed light is, and they're doing it with an underage minion. License 8TWF118, 3JBZ218, 8VDH864, 6UMM918. 8DDK475, 7WLS381, and they're doing it under, again, it's 8:47 a.m. The light source that remains right over the apartment building at the intersection of the Euclid and 4th where I stand. Alrighty, the wealth of documentation speaking to my presence, not only in different counties, but in distinctly different locations. As I remain inside of the vehicle, as is a matter of documentation, at, for example, 8:48 in the morning, where I have already been on the bus and I'm en route to Pomona, for example, as I was stating earlier. License 7JJX019, that's Chaffee Joint Union High School, directed light while that demon driving that bus crosses path. You have the entity engaging in the maintenance of a fake sun, as you see it positioned back as to where I'm standing. So this time of day, I am also, during the same time of year, remaining stationary at 630 North Fern inside of a vehicle where the light source is hovering directly over. This is a matter of documentation. That remains the same until the end of the day, by the way. That in and of itself, as I documented that, is speaking to the exclusion of the light source being anywhere else. It remains directly over that street, in alignment with that street. So, for example, if I am at the south end of Fern Avenue, let me get these licenses, 4TK8576, BN69292, 80303B2, 5RLW458, 8FZS255, If I am remaining in a vehicle that's parked right outside of 630 North Front and a light source is maintaining stationary presence for the duration of the day, meaning I am capable at all hours of the daytime seeing this light object, which is moving from literally just one side of the car to the other, 6 UCC 504, while directed light is being continuously aimed inside of the car, even as there's feigning some distance that's occurring from the light source. It's not going anywhere, and you are talking about what is light that's being aimed specifically into the car, such that as demons such as license 27785R1 drive by, it creates light activity inside of the car, which is what I captured on video. While the light source is remaining over that street, over aiming directly into that car, which is speaking to very precise location, 58005X1, 6JMA 982. As impossible as that light activity is, that light activity that's inside of the car is not going to occur while you're acting like the sun is setting, as it's remaining in the same position over the street all day long, and it's aiming light precisely into the car, covering the dashboard. That's not light activity. That is literally just aiming it onto the dashboard inside. That's directed light. 8RVB775, and you have what is the light source at this time of day over the Euclid Villas, where overweight, underage minions are stalking in the path with cell phone. Chaffee Joint Union High School. The lovely name Ovid is related to this minion. It is a venue of minions over and under the age of 18. While this overweight, underage minion is standing behind me, stalking in the path under the fake sun, which is again that direct evidence. While it remained all day long on Euclid at 630 North Fern, there is no point where it's ever going to be visible over Euclid Villas, while coexisting and remaining in alignment with the vehicle up until after 4 o'clock in the evening. All right, so you're talking about that's just one example, and that covers everything. But that's 2022, because it's already established in 2021 when I was not sleeping in the vehicle at any address of outside of 630 North Front. For the most part, you're talking about what is sleeping at the museum. License 0494983, and the state is keeping its fake sun over the museum as I go there day and night, following day and night as my documentation shows with the environment. Nowhere near what is Euclid Villas, while the state kept the fake sun over Ontario, over Hope Boulevard, 4HQC 771, and over Bonneview at Mercy House as I would walk up and down that street. 1532681. 8BAN060. This underage minion is standing behind me while these demons are crossing path, engaging in the same exact molestation, monitoring with a minion. And let me be clear, Chaffee High School is nothing other than a venue. I'm pointing that out. It's not separate from the rest of the venues. Euclid Villas is a venue identifying the people of the state. But I'm pointing out, again, criminal conduct, which is also sexually violent, is underway at a venue in relevant position, which is attributed to where children are gathering and supposedly getting an education. They are engaging in what is interstate stalking with the government. It's demonic activity. And all they have to do is be present, and they use their cell phones. That's it. That's the pattern of conduct. License 7TBT269 5RFU760 0494983 8YVY634 8U69600, and it's currently 8:52 a.m. 7FFS 926 and 2RCN 980. 2735 4H3 4LKL 253 7MPE 530 8TDD 872 8WMF 558. It is the same with law enforcement. As they are engaging in the pattern of conduct, you are seeing all the ways in which the corruption of the youth, delinquency of youth, engaging in sexual violence while youth are engaged in that pattern of conduct with those who are over and under the age of 18. It has nothing to do with some age limitation. You're talking about what is demon possession. And then you're getting into the criminal conduct of the demon possessed. Law enforcement, the municipalities, these companies are engaging in criminal facilitation and federal group stalking and monitoring alike with those who are under the age of majority. And that's what you're understanding. And this is how that demonic activity is then translated into what is that federal prosecution, and all the ways in which that criminal conduct by a demon-possessed population is addressed. License, hold on, it's 8:53 a.m. 6RXA067 at Harvard and Euclid Avenue. 7BBM 907 4UXA 823. 7DGE 160. YLS 771. And license 1264445 is City of Ontario, who's group stalking at the Meridian under the fake sun, using nothing other than a vehicle attributed to the municipality. It's a demon stalking in the path. Monitoring while directed light remains around me. I am in front of what is third-party facilitating venue 1120 North Euclid Avenue. And let me show you the fake sun. And as you can see at this address where I stand, that's where the fake sun is, and this is where the City of Ontario is engaging in surveillance using a vehicle attributed to the municipality while demonic activity, which is federal stalking, in concert with the people of the state, including those who are under the age of majority. All of this is relevant to what I'm showing you, and the fake sun is captured in a still image at this address as I'm today walking north of Euclid Avenue. Remember, yesterday I'm walking in this, I'm being driven in this direction, more rapidly moving up the street, but at a later time. All right. And also you're talking about what is not coming in this direction whatsoever 48 hours ago. Alrighty. And you're also talking about what is documentation when I am both en route to different cities, Fontana, or for example, Pomona. Or while I remain stationary at one location in Ontario, license FLP and PRD. And the wealth of documentation that I captured before this year, 2021 and 2020, into 2019. Actually, it goes back to 2018 because I captured the fake sun over me while Upland Police are engaged in federal group stalking and monitoring. The fake sun is right over my head on May 23rd, 2018. You're talking about what is documenting the pattern of conduct before I knew the totality of the pattern of conduct. I knew, and I started documenting. That's why, if you're asking a question, why am I recording my encounter with law enforcement? Because I was already aware of very peculiar conduct, and I was documenting everything, including law enforcement. And before I was aware of the totality of the pattern of conduct, I captured the fake sun directly over my head, which is speaking to everywhere else that I went. This is the ongoing ceaseless pattern of conduct, and I'm capturing it today. When I'm documenting minions in Orange County and in Los Angeles, that's exactly the pattern of conduct that's underway. Unbeknownst to me or not, I was documenting it without even knowledge, but I was documenting it. All right, and it is equally probative, and it is the same conduct that I'm showing you day in and day out, now aware of it, now directly speaking to it. But as I'm capturing it in still images, as I'm capturing it in video, and I don't even know all of what I'm capturing. I'm capturing the stalking conduct by very weird people who are demons, all right? And I'm capturing the stalking conduct by law enforcement, but I'm also capturing what is the environment that they are stalking in, whether I was aware of it or not, because I already captured it on May 23rd, 2018. This pattern of conduct, as you're seeing now, has continuously been underway. And so this is speaking to what is documented as I'm publishing the totality of my documentation onto my website, speaking to the people of the state and law enforcement, the entity itself, engaging in federal group stalking and monitoring, as I have captured it for a term of years now. So anyway, it's currently 8:57 a.m. This is P.O.C. License 6EXA272. License 8WVU810. Stalking in the path with directed light 5UFF660. License, that's a demon 6EXA272, 7KYX799, 7BIP699. While that demon drives by, directed light moving across this property where I'm standing, where you hear the dogs barking, and I can't see an address, but I'm at the intersection of what is the infamous 5th Street in Euclid, where Omnitrans is stalking on the opposite side of the street. But I can read you the license plates. License 7UJC379 is monitoring. 7HTB768 is monitoring. And our demons alike, while their property is nothing other than a surface where demonic conduct, meaning directed light, is fanning across that property, serving to terrorize and monitor me with communication devices. It's currently 8:59 a.m. 11477D3. KGM593, but I can't really see that one. 9:01 a.m. at 1418 Euclid Avenue in Ontario, license 5FCB844. Those demons using their venue, which the fake sun is right over me at their venue, starting their ignition is the means of being in the path of light, doing so while they are tracking the path, doing it as I am crossing their property. That's crossing of path conduct, creation of activity while you are stalking, and you are a demon-possessed stalker. The fake sun is directly over your property. It's 9:02 a.m. That's the people of the state. That is also why there's no exception with regard and no shelter in wherever you live. You're going to be prosecuted to means of identifying you. You're present on behalf of the government. The government's going to be dragged out of every corner that it's hiding in, and every actor that it is acting in concert and who is acting on its behalf, which is how an entity, by the way, a government, is able to be make deliberate moves. All right, it's currently 9:02 a.m. CAL FIRE, license 1411614. 8NTZ 166 and 5TIU251, 6JAM 982, 8TQK 363, 5MRY 078, 5TTU251, I read that one, 6JAN, I read that one, 7UKL 887, 8EMJ 150. 1916Z, that's handicap. 65393L2, 8PTN 721, 8KEW 922, 4KZB 591, 7H 59340, 29574L1, 8 PCP 415, 8P QY 750, 7YCS 000, 8 TDR 510. 8 GWD 236. Frontier Communications, crossing path on 6th Street in relevant position. I'm at Euclid and 6th. And you got 79571H3. Stalking in the path using this white pickup truck as a means of light activity while they're under the fake sun, monitoring with 8 RWP 480. Wearing a bright yellow jacket. Those are one of the demons engaging in P.O.C. at the freeway entrance and exit. License 8XYX 959. That work is called what is a facilitation. They're engaging in construction. They're demons the same. Demons wearing hard hats. Demons under the fake sun. Demons creating light in the path. All right, it does not change with regard to the outward activity that this pattern of conduct is maintained. While this pattern of conduct is being maintained via that work on the 10 freeway, it's occurring under the same scientific impossibility, the phenomena. You're seeing how state surveillance looks, how it is engaged in. License 7MLW 476, 7JMV 698. 8Z18737 Villa Park Landscape, 8MBY 191, and 79571H3 is I can't really tell what that logo is, but they're nonetheless minions wearing the bright yellow jackets, monitoring with Frontier Communications. They're surrounding the perimeter. Frontier at the other end of 6th Street, and then this demon comes down the street with that pickup truck with lights all over the vehicle. 7EOJ255. 7XTE 602. 5257 2X2. That's a large truck. Directed light across the curb. While they are, and across the curb meaning this vehicle is driving south on Euclid Avenue, and directed light is appearing on the curb on the driver's side of that vehicle. Impossible light activity while they are crossing the path. It's a demon stalking in the path with light. License 02594T1, I believe. It's 9:07 a.m. Directed light while this demon in this truck approaches. Just moves across this asphalt. Let me get the license plate. MNGRN3. JG Rodriguez and Sons. JG Rodriguez and Sons are demons using commercial vehicles to engage in terrorizing and monitoring American citizens. And they're demons doing so. They are demons driving that truck. That's why that demonic activity is coexisting with their nothing other than driving a vehicle. Frontier Communications engaging in loitering in relevant position on this little side street right here. I'll let you know what street this is. Caroline Court in Euclid Avenue. License C 5UZF687, 8VZT300, 8KYU854, 6ZBB618, 2PTK4Y4U, excuse me. Frontier Communications license 09952T1. License 7KZV962, 8TBF497. Frontier Communications license 40645S2 and 7Y92859. And this is license 03548H1. At third party facilitating venue, this is 110 Caroline. License 4MA3866. Cardenas Tree Service and Landscaping, that's the trailer license plate. The vehicle that these minions are driving, 4ZYL863. See, third party facilitating venue, 124 Caroline Court. License PH7754, parked in front of what is, let's see, where's their address? They're right next door, but 8JMG531, that's a license plate parked on this property. 8JLH199. You heard how that demon started the ignition. He was just stalking with audible activity as I walked past him. He did not go anywhere, okay? He did not move the vehicle. He's creating audible activity. Those are the Latino demons affiliated with what is the Cardenas minions, just like I said they are. They're also minions because you're talking about what is directed light and a fake sun that remains over my head. This venue is 130 Caroline Court. License plate. Get some more because they're monitoring together with companies that are coming around engaging and surrounding me with activity, engaging in demonic conduct. These minions are in the comfort of their homes, which are identified as the venues where the people of the state reside, and they are in the same way able to catch that federal court case in the comfort of their own home. 8ABP919. License plate 5FZV763. And let me document the people of the state at third party facilitating venue 206 Caroline Court in Ontario, California. It's like right here at the city line between Ontario and Upland. It's right here before the 10 freeway where I showed you the fake sun over me. While the demons that are the people of the state are patrolling on this 10 freeway exit and directed light while they are driving by. Absolutely disconnected and conduct that's just revealing the fact that you're demons and all of you are demons, speaking to the existence of a system as I allege, and speaking to what is criminal conduct that's underway amongst the demon possessed, and they're monitoring with communication devices, which is the criminal purpose of such engineered light. It is 9:11 a.m. I just walked down Caroline Court to document some more of the people of the state who are monitoring with Frontier Communications. All right, at the 10 freeway exit, you have the people of the state wearing hard hats, Herc Rentals. Yesterday, as I documented, Koppel. These are demons using their construction vehicles of light activity. You've seen this with regard to what is the city of Ontario. You've seen this with regard to what is McCarthy. It's the same demonic conduct. They're wearing hard hats. They're driving what's supposed to be equipment that they should be focused on. I've captured these demons focus on their phones while they are stalking on the path under the fake sun and directed light. It's supposed to be focused on construction work. License 7XPA305. License 8WIT454. License 7YLW264. 8UNF322. 8UPT006. 7R04270. 8VEL715. 8GTV509. 8VVL504. 6FA5234. 5RRD887. You don't forget, the same entity is the one that I captured this morning under the fake sun that is over 150 East Holt while I'm standing in front of that building. And it's remaining over me as I'm walking north up Euclid Avenue into the city of Upland. And you saw the directed light on the asphalt. These are the same demons. License 8WWB651. touting, by the way, the Bruins, 7VCB178, license 8STY278, that's Timeco, license 8HPJ163, license 8JRT887, 8ESK013, 8WDZ942, 6PKV834, 7SLW404, 27566C3, 6VRJ621, G30-2AN out of state, CRUCIAL 14098F2, 7JQR611, 4TSL614, 7YQR137, 69496G2, that's Just Doors, 8UNM529, Just Doors is a commercial a commercial vehicle, 67794L1, 67794J1. 8HDT493, 12683W2, it's 9:15 a.m., 39074V2. Alrighty, let me give you just a quick reminder, the impossibility of what is the light source speaking to the demons that surround who are monitoring with communication devices. The fake sun is right here over the center of this ingress and egress of the 10 freeway, where demons are crossing paths with directed light. But you also know there are demons, and that the pattern of conduct is underway. By virtue of what is the light source that's over me, that's not going to be present while I'm standing on Euclid Avenue, and I am facing what is east, looking at demons lined up on the freeway exit, and the light source is right above them, where it's remaining right over me at the Pomona Regional Transit Center. All right, where it's right over me while I am en route to what is the Fontana Metro Lake Train Station. And this is documentation that you can look at with your own eyes. The light source is not maintaining this stationary presence, this motion up Euclid Avenue, while coexisting stationary over my head in, for example, Pomona, where it remains until after 10 o'clock. 7DSP159. License 7HZT384. 6PNW210. And again, 9/16 on January 22nd, 2022, the state's light source, this is the fake sun, this is the mark of demon possession, 7HQD962, 5WAJ577, 8JKV885. It's a mark of demon possession. The light source is not capable of being seen over my head, okay, first. Secondly, over this location, over the center of this intersection where I'm standing, over my head that is, while it's remaining over the property of the Starbucks, as I documented on January 22nd, and then when I get on the bus, after this time, and I go on Hope Boulevard, where I already was this morning, and the state's fake sun is moving west over the B&G Plaza as I am facing south on the bus. Alrighty, that's the ongoing conflict that the people of the state are revealing their condition. 8VQF109, 48989L2, 1208883, and it's 9:17 a.m. Baskins Construction, license 13778H3, 8PTW466, 7MBG923, 8ZEU179, 8B33008, 7NSK284, 8HCN491, C570U1, 8RKJ392, 4XTX927, a demon from U.S.C, CLOSITI, I believe. And again, when I'm talking about the Bruins, that other demon was touting UCLA, okay? It doesn't matter what college they went to. Demons in the state of California, it's a state system. Revealing that population to you, 7XPL490, license, I can't really see that one, 8GTD748, 5RXW907, and it's 9:17. Let me show you the fake sun. Alrighty, and I did show you that light source beaming in its essence central over my head. An impossibility with regard to its documented presence, relevant to time of day, time of year, sustenance of presence, central over my head for the ways in which I've documented it in distinctly entirely different locations, never capable of being seen at the location where I'm at, as if it was the actual sun, that is. Not only based on time of day, the direction I'm facing, the location of where I'm at, and then where I'm at the same time during the same time of year, all right? And that's speaking to demon possession and stalking. 6DVY969, and doing so on a massive scale. This is a demon-possessed population. This is literally unveiling that condition, minions on behalf of Satan, and that this is relevant because they're engaged in criminal conduct, and their condition, that is demon possession, is directly relevant to that prosecution for interstate stalking. License 7CWD054, 8KIA747, BF85P19, that's paper. FedEx crossing path at that same 10 freeway exit as well, 6RRW881. 7YAK861, 7GMZ 917. Alrighty, and if you recall just days ago when I remain at 22648 and 2, I believe. I can't really see that clearly. That's FedEx though. 331J1, where I remain at 630 North Fern, and you know that because I'm in the vehicle, and the vehicle is leaving after about 9:20, 9:30 in the morning. And I want to be clear, this is remaining in Ontario, and you see that light source while I'm at the intersection of G Street and Euclid, where I was already at the El Pescador this morning showing you the fake sun as Ontario police are group stalking. All right, so I want to be clear, this is that ongoing impossibility. It is not over the 10 freeway while I'm looking at the object in the city of Ontario facing the building of the El Pescador. While it's remaining over me, as I still remain, as I've already documented, out inside of a vehicle at 630 North Fern. All right, it's not over this 10 freeway and piercing over the venue of 630 North Fern in Ontario at the same time. It's not capable of being seen, and it's also not going to maintain central presence over me. And it's also not going to remain at any of those locations for the duration of the day. But this is what I've documented. 6LNG490. All right, these are demons. These are psychopaths, and these psychopaths bear children. These psychopaths work in hospitals. These psychopaths work for the police departments. These psychopaths work for driving around ambulances and driving around fire trucks, 8GDY906. These psychopaths are preschool teachers. All right, these psychopaths are given positions, exercising control over people's lives, over their assets, over their physical safety, their well-being, and these are the criminals that are demon-possessed. That's directly relevant to the threats that they pose as being unleashed, lawless psychopaths. This is what demon possession is. That's what demon possession is. 8ZEN640. License 8PRV888, 5WPW165, 7LNH016. License 8UUN119, 8TNG786, 92572G2, 6CYY563. These psychopaths work in the court, as I documented. The multiple acts of kidnapping, those are demons in the court system. License 87306J1, 38002T2, 8SXH516, 41215F3. 21458V1, 8LBE391, 8NWL233, 8KQR466, 8FZT246, 8GEN675. So I want to show you these demons that are wearing hard hats, working hard, digging into the asphalt. Guess what? Directed light moving across the asphalt and on their construction vehicles, the fake sun over them, demons, okay? 8KME555, 80894Z2, and I took a picture of that so you can see it. Amazon Prime wants to engage in P.O.C. in a maze in which that I've said you can document them. Amazon Prime, under the fake sun, P917974, that's an out-of-state license plate, 8KMA348, 7UZM845, 7R69782, 8HQS961, 8YIV706, BP24H47, 6C47824, 8TSJ722, 8ZGC158, 8UHC629, CB21Y67. And what you're going to also remember, let me point out something else to you, what I already documented over a year ago when I was remaining on Hope Boulevard for the most part, walking up and down that street all day long and sitting at the Ontario Town Square and or the library. License, Malcolm, license plate 91052M1. When I'm capturing the fake sun, as you saw this morning while those demons were patrolling with directed light, the fake sun over 150 is told. That's also not capable of being the sun when it is present later in the day as I walk back in that same direction on that same street, and I've captured the fake sun over that same building in the afternoon, in the evening. This is not new because I've done that at literally every venue. That's how you have what is a fake sun necessarily over what is one side of Upland Public Library in the morning and on the same, over the same property on the opposite side. That's what I captured yesterday. I've already captured the state keeping a fake sun setting in the city of Upland, while it then engaged in just the other day setting over me at the Ontario Town Square in the city of Ontario. All right, you can't see that from both locations. And also, this is one street. It's one long street. It goes from one city to another, but it's one street. That's not the sun. And you're talking about what is adjacent properties with regard to one street that are north and south of each other. That's not migration any direction, east or west. And also, you cannot see the light source from the window of the Upland Public Library. All right, in every way, it's asininity. This is demonic. Flip it up, down, turn it around. Anyway, it is impossible. And it is revealing the demon-possessed population. Security patrol, security paving, security patrol as well. Security paving, crossing path. License BJ56A40, I believe that's a paper plate. 8KIR 406, 6UQV 962. License 32233B3. And so, like I said, this is what I'm stating with regard to no, you cannot see the light while I'm standing inside of the Upland Public Library at 5:12 p.m. and I'm showing you the sun. This is clearly not the sun that's remaining on the opposite. Just in the morning yesterday, I'm showing you as I arrive, you see the light source move over the property. Okay, meaning it's moving over the roof and keeping in line with me over this property where it's present later in the day where I'm capturing it over the roof. Pay attention to that. What sort of migration movement of the actual sun is that? It's not. All right, 6LWF332. But in addition to that, it's on what is Arrow Highway over the Upland City Hall, and that's because I'm standing there. Because if I'm on the property, as I've already documented earlier, at 9:27 in the morning, it's already present, stationary on the property of the Upland Public Library. All right, so yesterday when I'm arriving and I'm showing you a video at 9:45, I've already captured what is, while I'm inside of that building that I was showing you, while I'm standing outside of it at 9:45, the light source that is literally on the opposite side of that same building at 5:11 p.m. And you cannot see from inside of the Upland Public Library that which is supposed to be the sun, which is not under that circumstance. No, you cannot see it through the inside of the Upland Public Library, the Ontario Town Square, where I showed the state keeping a fake sun. But not only that, that's also not the sun, not only because you will not be able to see that, so there's no suggestion, well, it is the sun because, you know, you can see, you can possibly see, into the city of Ontario where the Ontario Town Square just looks like it's there, but it's actually deeper far. No, that's ridiculous, and that is not the sun. And you cannot see that. And I can't see into the city of Ontario, which is where it is in perfect alignment with me when I'm in Ontario, remaining at the Ontario Town Square. It's unmistakable. And you also see that through the light activity. Not only is that speaking to an impossibility, the light source is remaining on the same street, albeit a long street. This street happens to go from one city to another, but it is a street that is moving north and south. How about that rising in the east and setting in the west thing? What about that? It's not going anywhere while it's remaining on the same street. That is Euclid Avenue. From Ontario Town Square, all right, where I'm supposed to see it as it is over in alignment with the big clock of the Ontario Town Square, where I captured it over that big clock this morning, walking north up this street. I mean, you're talking about, this is ridiculous. Ridiculous. All I'm saying, the demon-possessed don't have any argument, and I don't think they ever intended to. They did not plan on that. You're talking about what is just engaging in sexual violence and stalking and harassment and terrorism to the extent to which that they can. It's almost like the Terminator. You're just throwing chairs and tables at it, trying to stop it. You can't stop the Terminator. You can't stop it. AVWY283, even though this is beyond what is some fictitious characters such as the Terminator, but this is what the demon-possessed engaged in. 7PWT305 with fictitious prosecutions, repeated acts of kidnapping, harassment via criminal summoning, all right, engaging in sexual violence, engaging in stalking in bathrooms. Not only is it the P.O.C, the demon-possessed are engaged in harassment while they're hostile, because I'm revealing the fact that they're a demon-possessed population. They're no longer some concealed population. 6KNA324, you need to know Satan is all around you. Satan is present in the environment, and Satan is present through the minions that are sitting around and standing around, working around, probably living with you or blood related to you, because that has nothing to do with demonic activity. You can very well be blood related to one who has a spirit of death on them. It has nothing to do with blood relation. It has nothing to do with being brought up in the church. It has nothing to do with that. 8WVS491, 8XCB180, 8WZN635, 7GRX801. And how are these demons engaging in that ongoing sexual violence? Because at nightfall, you see them molesting with light, tracking my every move, wanting to follow around and touch with light. That's what the fake sun serves during the day. 3DGREEZ. That's what the fake sun serves during the day. They're equally engaging in sexual violence, touching with an instrument of light, equally engaged in that predatory conduct, while they're also doing so with directed light. But I want to be clear, the pattern of conduct is not different. It is the same. It is currently 9:28 a.m. And this is speaking to what is, again, the perpetual sex offense. The state of California to be prosecuted as a sex offender, as are the people of the state of California. License 7JVC907. 7GVM112, 4JJW807, 8GLP401, 8FZB775, 8HSD935, 9AFY218, 8NDX503, 8HXF126, 6UOD318. Yeah. 6VGD575. 6ROS017. 7HD007 or 7HD0007, I guess. 8SSW148. And it's 9:29 a.m. TKO 982, that's Colorado, at 297 South Euclid Avenue in Upland, California. That is audible activity created by City of Upland. They are at the intersection of Euclid, right across the street. That's where I recited this address, is 297 South Euclid Avenue. You see the fake sun right over them. They're stalking in the path with audible activity. And they are at the intersection of Olive and Euclid, engaging in that pattern of conduct. This is P.O.C. It's 9:32 a.m. I captured those images for you to see. 8VXH111, 8SQX152. See, 51341V1. UPS crossing path. 8USW838, 6M56379. 7RMJ305. 7JVE698. So funny how all of these minions. 8DXC134. Group stalking at the Euclid at 193 South Euclid Avenue in Upland, California. Just like you saw this morning at 434 North Euclid Avenue in Ontario. 6RAORB, that's Arizona. Group stalking at gas stalls. Engaging in business with a facilitating venue. 8DXC134. 8AIZ382. License 7WBA878. And it's 9:35 a.m. ARCO, and this is the people of the state acting. ARCO represents the people of the state acting through a company, molesting with directed light. 49225X1. All right, license 6ECF 932. And this demon with directed light driving around me in order to touch, surround with directed light. 5MLR667. 7AEJ115. 23000K1. It's 9:35 a.m. and I did capture what is the fake sun that's directly over the ARCO at 193 South Euclid Avenue. If you recall my documentation, January 2nd, I believe, 2022, the fake sun is over me at this same venue. This is within, I believe, the 11 o'clock hour. It's about to be 11 o'clock in the morning, if not already 11 o'clock in the morning. And then I get on the 10 freeway where the state keeps a fake sun over me. Through the window, which I capture on video as well, and you see the minions of Southwest Airlines stalking over in relevant position under that fake sun. You see that same demonic formula. This is the light source that's over me, and that's because I'm walking at this location at this time. If I were walking at 7:30 in the morning, the state would be keeping its fake sun over me at that same ARCO. It is the pattern of conduct underway. I'll just remind you about what I've already documented. That coexists with, again, where the state is following with the fake sun and then keeping it over the Upland Public Library. And this is how you're getting into what is stalking with a fake sun and seeing that. How is it over the ARCO at 11, as I documented already on January 2nd? 79525B3. All right, and even before that, how it's going to be present and capable of being able to be seen in an image or video when it's remaining over 630 North Fern, where my documentation shows. That's how I'm able to capture video at 10:35 in the morning, where the light source is over me, over the vehicle, and moving as the vehicle leaves. All right, this is where you're getting into understanding that, and you see it clearly with your own eyes. Not just my ability to articulate what is an impossibility. You see the impossibility yourself. And it's not only a possibility as I'm showing you what's not the sun over me, you also know that that's not the sun over you. Because while this fake sun remains over me all day, your question should be, what is the light source that is over you in whatever state that you are? Because it's not the same light source. There is not, in fact, actually only one sun when you're talking about, first of all, what is the conduct not characteristic of the sun that we have studied, the sun that we are familiarized with. And you're talking about what is not the same sky space. In other words, you cannot see the sun over you in Nevada while it's remaining over the roof of the Upland Public Library over me in California, and Upland, California, by the way. All right, so, and where it's present from 9 4:27 in the morning up until 5:11 p.m. over the same building in Upland, California. If that's the city that I'm in, which is a matter of documentation for the day, that's to the exclusion of any light source being present over any state other than remaining in the state of California. That's an impossibility. It is also to the exclusion of being anywhere in LA or down the street in Ontario for that matter. It is that exclusive with regard to what is stalking with light, a demonic system, an entity that is demon possessed is engaging in targeting and maintaining an environment around me. All right, in every way it's speaking to not only what I'm documenting, but it's revealing what is surrounding you. License 8FCL 453. It is currently 9:38 a.m. 5TKT369. KITBTH 8NVJ192 8NXD254. You got a minion walking on the sidewalk on the opposite side of the street. This overweight minion walking across the train tracks as I'm walking across the train tracks. This is what demons are doing, both on foot and in vehicles. All right, and this is a Latina female who is doing the same thing, for example, that the city of Upland is doing. City of Upland, they're only different because they're pulling out a municipality vehicle. They're pulling out construction equipment and creating noise while stalking in the path. You have what are demons who are crossing path, tracking my every move, all right, maintaining presence while they are engaging in teamwork. You know, you'll have the entity amplifying audible activity while they're stalking in the path. Demons that are stalking and molesting with directed light while they're stalking in the path. It's ongoing concerted activity. Okay, hold on. 9:40 a.m. 6UIZ 518. Metrolink engaged in the P.O.C. This is facilitation, light activity in the fake sun where I'm standing right here at the IHOP. The IHOP is off of A Street. This is where the Upland train station is. Metrolink is engaged in the P.O.C. It's currently 9:42 a.m. Alrighty, and what you see is Metrolink crossing path under what is the fake sun. That is Metrolink's engagement in the pattern of conduct. It is also facilitation. UPS is monitoring. Frontier Communications is monitoring. License 8V44901. UPS with this license as well, 56290H3. License 5TEW878, 8PCP812, 7PNY221, 8NAY406. 6UYA819, 6E17864, 5TZZ340, 8A46304. License 8ENC705, 5NFP227, 8TBF524, 6RUG502, 7STE225. License 6XUE208, 8CZG162, 6RZD188. 79703R2, that is lock and roll. All of these minions are monitoring to that facilitating activity created by Metrolink, who is also crossing path. Every minion on that train represents a communication device. This demon with 6UIZ518 crosses path at what is the IHOP, arriving as then Metrolink creates audible activity. That's why I read his license plate. He is stalking in the path, period. But want to be clear, demons engage in systematic conduct. It is, again, like you heard last night, I'm walking on the street. I remain surrounded, molested with directed light. You have this African-American female, a demon, who keeps her communication device in her hand, okay, while she is monitoring, and you have what are demons at the same time crossing path in extraordinarily loud vehicles while she is getting out of her car, all right, which she used as a means of crossing path. Light activity, she gets out, loud cars crossing path while she is in the path, stalking, going to Brookdale on Euclid Avenue. That's the P.O.C. It's concerted conduct, and these are demons that are acting in concert, simultaneous. It's a demonic machine. All right, so I want to make sure I point that out, and this is how you're also understanding what are the companies that are engaging in this terrorism. Literally running down the names of companies engaging in terrorism. This is demonic activity that is underway through the use of companies. Companies are none other than operated, owned, employed, in existence via the people that are present as employees or employers, owners, whatever their status is. These people are demon possessed. All right, you're talking about what is a demonic environment, and it is personified through such companies. And when you're understanding demonic activity, it's given personality through people. License EOB2, license 8BDK547, and Metrolink engages in the strategic use of its train as a means of light activity. I took a picture of that. The fake sun is right over me where I stand. This is not a coincidence. This is the people of the state using what they have at their disposal to engage in that pattern of conduct, and doing so while directed light is always present, and doing so while they are creating also audible activity. This creates relevant positioning. The train goes by, and you have what is a buildup of traffic, and then I read all those license plates because those are all demons that are monitoring. All right, it's currently 9:45 a.m., and that is a facilitation, which is the ongoing means of what is also the sexual violence that Metrolink is engaged in while I'm subject to that ongoing molestation. All right, playing a CD while one is sexually violating another is the conduct of a sex offender, which again, I'm speaking to what Union Pacific and what Metrolink engage in. All right, it is 9:46. It is equally terrorism. It is equally demonic. All right, and it is occurring while and facilitating engagement, in other words, of what is the joint engagement, in what are the elements of monitoring, and doing so with the people of the state who are stalking all around with directed light under the fake sun. All right, it's 9:46 a.m. 97749K1. Omnitrans bus 1328, license plate 1404972. License these minions at 7PFG248, the minions of American Medical Response, crossing path on the opposite side of the street. License 8YDX499. It's currently 9:47 a.m. 8WNL778. 8EDH193. 6SNV128. These are all minions that are monitoring based on what is not only the P.O.C. but the facilitation that Metrolink is engaging in providing. 7LDH663, 8KDU696, 31481K1, 7ABX179, 4BRV096, 7DSU742, 8XHD977, 8BVB7, hold on, 8BVB716, 6TMH269, 8FNW550, 8FCT052, 8FWJ738, 8FKT305, 8PDW864, 8HZH726, 8WPD975, 8KTC125, 8ZQP442, 7PJY958, 8XYV984, 8LIF496, 7UAA558, 8EOL080, 5JNH000, 8ROF215, 8NAY406, 8RFR744, 6K93422, 8ATR450, 7NFT851, ARLBEN, 7S28201, 8WHB775, 8TDG084, 5HRA023, 7EGA829, 61738C3, 6UAW297, 7UEH402. All right, and these minions over here hanging out, they're engaging in surveillance in the parking lot, getting out of the car in order to act as though, oh, I don't have anything to hide. We're laughing and coking and joking. They're doing so under the fake sun, and they are engaged in surveillance in the parking lot of IHOP. It's license CB01M59. License plate 8TG, oh, I read that one already. 71118B3. I read that one already. Okay. License 46454D3. This is third party Team Viscano. Towing. Their company address is in Montclair, California, 4848 West Mission Boulevard. California 592716, US.3686353. Again, their license plate 46454D3. 7 VVF 706, and they're molesting and stalking with the rest of the people of the state. License 6GFK067. 5FIX638. All right, that's an image of what is surveillance sitting in their vehicles in the parking lot, getting out of their vehicles, just chit-chatting in a dead-end parking lot under the fake sun is called P.O.C. They're demons who are stalking in the path. They are present for purposes of any direction that I go. That's why anywhere that I walk, you'll have somebody that is arriving. They are present. They are hovering and remaining all around. And you have what is the fake sun that's right over their head. While I walk what is, again, east on A Street, deviating from remaining on Euclid Avenue, which is a grand departure from anywhere remaining on Hope Boulevard as I continue to walk down that direction 48 hours ago, as I did not come to Upland, California at all. Okay? That's revealing what is the demonic activity that the law enforcement and AMR are engaging in while they sound sirens. License BU60W28 paper 0494983. Yeah, that's the Demons of American Medical Response. Those pathetic demons. License 0494983. Read that. Demons stop sounding their sirens as they drive by the intersection where I'm standing. 7FO5801. 5WAN150. Guess who's monitoring all these demons over here? License 70056H. Can we see the rest of that one? 7L34062 8YYM455. All right, the demon stalking behind me is license 7EZN417. I caught this demon's image while she drives up behind me. She's driving up behind where directed light is covering the building. She's stalking, and it's a demon. 8Z63962. License 7CVJ226. 7SWG567, 8AMP322. And this light activity is what I'm showing you. You just heard sirens, the entity engaging in demonic activity, sounding sirens. It's audible activity, American Medical Response, while the building is covered with directed light, while the fake sun is over my head. 8FSA271, 8NLH618, 5AXW945, 8TQR822, 7PWS898, 8ZMM364, 8AJP415, 8XVX136. And this minion who you see stalking in the path in the directed light, whose shadow also then manifests in this directed light, you have what is operations communication device. That's what he's engaging in right now while I'm reading license plates. Alrighty, it is currently 9:55 a.m. These companies over here, it's able to assist Upland Community Resource Center and the law offices of Mark Grossman. All right, that's P.O.C. It is currently, by the way, 9:55 a.m. Grossman Law Center at 100 North Euclid Avenue. License plate 8TFA832. 6SJF377. 7FMB016. 8WNL778. 7WYV874. 8NUZ799, I believe. 8SYZ195. 8XYC944. Security paving crossing path, license 5576972. License 7GXA091. 7PIF547. JVJ316. ABU AYED 264. I can't list that one. AZAY679. And 8CSF167. 5DIN502. 6UUF476. 7SRM382. 55769Z2 is security paving, going to the venue of 204 North Euclid Avenue, loitering in relevant position. 8RJU 994, 4YNA 781, U79ORO. It's 9:58 a.m. Showing you what is the fake sun that's over the gas station where demons can fill up gas into their vehicle while they're stalking in the path. 8XRA455, and that's why the light source is directly over the 7-Eleven at 204 North Euclid Avenue, where it's 9:58 a.m. right now. As upon my arrival is where it's at. That's directly opposed to what is 8:14 as I arrive here at an earlier time. This is the ongoing documentation of following with the light source in the same way that the United States Postal Service is following. That's why you see them in relevant position. Security paving is following, while they are also monitoring the documentation of their stalking conduct. It's 9:58 a.m. All right, these minions, license FZ879, handicap, and license 8SBN442. Sex offenders over here stalking in front of 300 Suite B, Inland Family Healthcare Centers. Directed light is, I sure did document you. Anyway, you have, and I'll read, what's your name? I'll say that too. All right, it's public information. Mind your business, minion. Under the fake suns. Let me document this minion. Hold on. Alrighty, this is a minion engaging in what is harassment by the people at what is 300B. That's the Inland Family Health under the fake sun. Engaging in harassment while she's being documented, and she's a sex offender touching with directed light, all manner of the pattern of conduct, and then just engaging in harassment while you're being documented, which you're going to be documented. So anyway, it's currently 10:07, and I did capture still images of the fake sun over me at this venue, 300 Suite B. So that's 300 Euclid Avenue in the city of Upland, while she's engaging in harassment. That is the documentation of the entity, the demon possessed. You're dealing with Satan, a delusional psychopath, a violent sex offender, a hostile stalker, who is then engaging in harassment while you're documenting its criminal conduct. It's 10:07 a.m. and that is the absence of the light source already present over the venue of the Upland Public Library. That is the absence of the light source above the 280 North Lemon Apartments upon my arrival to the over the Family Community Library, as was the case on January 22nd, 2022. Shall I go on? That's the P.O.C. All right, this is the entity keeping a fake sun over me as I'm walking north of Euclid Avenue, which is not going to be captured at all. Wouldn't even be over that building if the actual sun, which you know it's not, but nonetheless, really remained in Ontario off of Hope Boulevard all day long. I'm not seeing the light source that's above Hope Boulevard central over my head while I'm at Hope Boulevard, and then also up the street over 300 Suite B, Euclid Avenue in the city of Upland. No, that light source is moving over me while I'm in front of that building, and that's the P.O.C. While you're listening to the people of the state engage in harassment, while I'm documenting what is information that is exposed to the public already. You're hostile because you're a criminal and you're of a demon-possessed condition, which I am fully exposing. And let me be clear, Satan doesn't like that at all. I could not care less about what Satan likes. I don't like stalkers. It is currently 10:09 a.m. P.O.C. I want you to hear what are fire sirens. That's the fire department, San Bernardino County Fire, sounding sirens into the venue. It's 10:14 a.m. and I've already shown you what is the fake sun that remains over the roof. Directed light cycled inside of the Upland Public Library. These minions are patrolling around in that directed light. That's P.O.C. while the state is creating audible activity while surveillance is underway inside of the Upland Public Library. It's 10:14 a.m. If you recall, when I remained in Ontario and the light source did not come anywhere near Euclid Avenue, it remained literally on both sides of Hope Boulevard. By sides, I mean north and south. The entity is keeping a fake sun over me while I am at JV Auto Parts, which I captured at 10:09 in the morning. You'll remember at Campus and Hope Boulevard, the fake sun is directly over me at 10:19 in the morning. And I'm reminding you about what I captured in video inside of this very venue at 10:19 in the morning, the fake sun directly over the roof. It's 10:14 a.m. This is P.O.C. where the state is keeping the light source as is already fully documented. The entity is engaging in surveillance with the people of the state who are stalking in the path in the same exact directed light conduct. It's underway inside of a building. You do that by keeping the fake sun over the building. You do that by keeping directed light inside of the building and amplifying audible activity, which is what the San Bernardino County Fire Department are engaging in. That is the act of terrorism by the state acting directly and acting vicariously with the people of the state. This is the entity acting as one. And let me also, again, when you're recalling that, then you are understanding what is criminal summoning. This entity that's monitoring together then engages in what is summoning that entity. And there are many ways which you are engaging in what is criminal summoning. It is a criminal act of the people of the state and the entity acting directly. They're acting as one, who are engaging in federal group stalking and monitoring together. It's currently 10:15 a.m. at Upland Public Library. This is P.O.C. Elaine. Oh, I'm asking to be let back in, so yes, that's the case.
Do you need room 2?
No, I need room 1. There's somebody in room 2. This is all audible activity. I'm subject to surveillance. They're stalking and maintaining audible activity inside of study room number 1, but this is Elaine engaging in asking a series of questions, which is audible activity and relevant positioning. So I want to be clear, what I just captured on video, again, the light source is over the roof of the Upland Public Library. Do you need to recheck out the room?
I think someone forgot to write it down, so I'm just going to verify and then I'll
Write it down?
Yeah, keep a running tab here for everyone.
Okay, this is Elaine that engaged in criminal summoning, as I documented in fall of 2021. This is ongoing harassment. You're engaged in surveillance, and the fake sun is over the venue. This is rebutting any a guise of what is ignorance as to where I'm at and what I've checked out. Just want to document that. And directed light fills the venue. So you have what is the entity's light source. This is not the actual sun, not possibly the sun, and I'm referencing February 27th, 2022. And are you going to keep? Thank you. And I'm referencing February 27th when you're remembering the fact that I did not advance up Euclid Avenue at all. You're talking about what is being at B Street and keeping the light source in alignment to me at B Street, which is what I show in still images as the light source is hovering directly over the edge to be over my head, while I'm incorporating the street sign. And this is relevant. Why am I going through that? Because the light source is directly over the roof of the Upland Public Library, which is the movement of that light source and the maintenance of that light source, which is mutually exclusive. So in other words, while the light source is directly over the Upland Public Library, it is by necessity not over any venue that is on B Street at that intersection of Euclid Avenue and B Street. And it's not going to be visible from that vantage point. I would not be able to see it. Thank you, Elaine. Yep. It is the light source that remains over the venue is also remaining present while you are recalling my documentation that I captured yesterday. And yesterday, as I arrive on the bus at 9:45 in the morning, I'm showing you what is the light source that is literally over the same building in the morning. It is present on the opposite side of the same building. So while you're looking at it over the roof, again, this is a series of hours remaining over a specific address, which is not the sun. All right, so that's not possibly the sun. This is every vantage point that you are considering the documentation. These demons are pacing around in what is directed light. The entity is aiming directed light all around on the inside of the venue, and you see the employee. She goes by the name of Erica. She calls herself Erica. She wears a name tag that says Erica. And I find that funny only because I've documented a lot of minions that go by the same name, and I find it beyond coincidence. But anyway, nonetheless, this minion is an employee. This is a state actor then. This is a state facilitating venue. She's an employee. You see her engaging in what is federal group stalking and monitoring. The light source is directly over the roof. This is her crossing path while she is walking up the stairs. These psychopaths engage in the pattern of conduct while you are documenting them. Understand the threat to the life that they are posing. That's exactly what I document on an ongoing basis. This is speaking to, again, what is necessary with regard to federal prison, with regard to what are those facilities dealing with the psychopath that is revealed upon that demon-possessed population, the mindset that is entirely disturbed with regard to what is this pattern of conduct that the entity is engaging in clear sight, but this is engaging in this in clear sight is all based upon what is your assumed ignorance with regard to what surrounds you, who surrounds you, and what is the significance of what they're doing. All right, so you're talking about what is the employee who is walking upstairs. She's crossing path. She's doing so in directed light. They're doing so with knowledge of what I'm doing, and that's what you see. The male walks out into he's walking in directed light, and the fake sun is directly over the roof. All right, and you were talking about recalling the documentation that already exists. And not only, again, February 27th, when I remain literally on the street of Holt Boulevard, going east and west up that street, going from essentially Mercy House then to Stater Brothers, and then back toward what is the Ontario Town Square where I remain, where the light source remains in alignment with me. And so this is why I've noted it on the map with regard to the location of what is quote unquote the setting sun. Euclid Avenue runs north and south, okay? The Hope Boulevard runs east and west. And so you have what is the light source that is remaining over my head, central over my head, as I'm going east and west in this direction at this particular area in the city of Ontario. And the light source is remaining visible. I can capture the object itself, the light object itself, while I remain on the street of what is Euclid, not any more north than what is B Street. I'm sitting right where the big clock is, where I was present this morning, by the way, and going up Euclid Avenue into the city of Upland at an earlier hour, and where I remain, and you see the light source directly over the roof, as opposed to February 27th, where at this time, or not this time right now, but the time where I'm capturing it this morning when I'm walking north of Euclid Avenue, I'm at the Ontario Museum, and then I am walking east on Hope Boulevard toward Mercy House. So I'm going in entirely different directions, and that's relevant because this is not the conduct or the observations that I am pointing out are not by what is a star, all right, if you will, the actual sun, with regard to what is the ongoing relative presence that would be identical on a daily basis, and also not remaining over a particular region as opposed to another region, as it's supposedly in constant movement. And while it is present over my head in the morning and still visible, the object itself, while I am in the evening on the same street, feet away from the same street, that is not the actual sun. In addition to that, I am not going to be able to see that location, for example, in Ontario, where I am on the grounds of the Ontario Town Square, and I am facing what is west, and the light source is remaining in alignment, visible to see over the storefronts of that are on Euclid Avenue, and also see what is the light source while I am inside of the Upland Public Library, which is the case at 5:12 p.m. You have what is the light source that's over the roof right now. So this is ongoing analysis. This is a full circle with regard to what is the presence of the light source that's supposed to be the sun at 9:45 in the morning. And by the way, that is not the earliest time. I've been on the grounds of the Upland Public Library at 9:27 a.m. That is a matter of public documentation. I'm just referencing what I documented yesterday. Either times, it is an impossibility with regard to what is the light source. That is the direct evidence of what are the criminal and sexually violent conduct that the employees and the third parties who are present engaging in surveillance with the employees of the Upland Public Library are jointly engaged in. So you are talking about what is stalking in the path, engaging in surveillance in the bathroom. The light source is remaining over the roof in conflict with the actual sun. This would not be the case. It's not remaining over the building. It's not going from one side of the building to the opposite side. And also, you know that because if I don't go to what is Arrow Highway, which is the north side of the Upland Public Library, then the light source remains where I'm at. And that's what I'm documenting 9:27 in the morning, as I've documented in the month of February of 2022. I've already documented this. The light source is directly over me while I'm at the Veterans Monument, while I'm sitting at the center area. The light source isn't on Arrow at that same time of 9:45 a.m. It's not visible from that vantage point either. You're talking about what is right over my head as I'm sitting at the Veterans Monument, right over my head while I am on Arrow Highway, as opposed to being on Arrow Highway and seeing it at a vantage point relative to being central over the Veterans Monument. You understand what I'm saying? So when I'm in movement, you're talking about what is maintenance of that light source central over my head. That is necessarily movement of that light source. And in addition to that, you're talking about what is impossible to see through the roof of the Upland Public Library while it's remaining in Ontario. In addition to what will never be the actual sun remaining over the building after I'm capturing it outside of the same building at 9:45 in the morning. All right, so you're talking about what is understanding the surrounding with the direct evidence of what is the surveillance conduct. And then I am going into what is describing the pattern of conduct while it's underway inside of the bathroom. And these sex offenders are monitoring the documentation, indeed engaging in the pattern of conduct while I'm capturing video of the pattern of conduct. All right, so you're talking about what is literally relevant to that prosecution. So with regard to the entity, this male that's in the study room that I captured at 1:02 p.m. is monitoring the documentation to be prosecuted as the people of the state who engage in an obsessive and ongoing unlawful threat to your life while they insist on stalking. And that's exactly what you're doing under the fake sun and in directed light and upon amplified audible activity. The entity is in the bathroom creating noise with simultaneity to my pulling up and pulling down my panties, to my any prolonged, for what the entity thinks is something abnormal, the creation of noise is observed. So if I have, for example, my hand in my pocket for what is, I guess, deemed to be some abrupt or abnormal movement, the creation of noise follows. And this is any loud boom or bang. And as I open the door, you're talking about what is a demon knowing exactly who I am, engaged in positioning, waiting, and on surveillance camera. And what you are looking at is a criminal act, crossing path in engineered light. And it is also sexually violent criminal activity on behalf of a government whose presence is deduced from what is this environment that remains, whose presence is deduced from what is the stalking conduct by the pattern, by the state that continues to exist and that has already established. The people are engaged in the state's pattern of conduct. So I want to be clear, this is all relevant to what is then the harassment by Elaine, who engaged in criminal summoning, as I've already documented, the Upland Public Library, while federal group stalking and monitoring remains underway. These demons, while I'm in study room number 1, are pacing all around in the book stacks. They're just walking through the aisles while they are monitoring, aware of what I am doing on the internet. Absolute psychopaths who are then engaging in what is the conduct of the sex offender, carrying on that same identical behavioral pattern under the same unnatural and impossible, this environment which is impossible to naturally be occurring. This is demonic and this is demon possession, who are engaging in group surveillance with communication devices in the bathroom. And then you have the sex offender who is stalking on behalf of the state, then engaging in, oh, what study room are you in? Did you check it out? As though you do not know who I am. You are engaged in the P.O.C. and it is unpersuasive. You are showing, you are listening and witnessing what is a psychopath and what is the conduct of Satan. All right, it is entirely unpersuasive. You cannot see what is the light source. This is not the sun that is on the 27th of February, remaining literally over what is B Street. At this time, it still remains there because I stood at the B Street and Euclid Avenue for more than an hour. All right, and as I moved from that building, then I took another picture to show you what is the removal from directly over the edge where I was standing at the edge of the building to remaining directly over my head as I walk across the street. And I'm documenting the minions of the farmers market at the Ontario Town Square. And I'm sitting at the bench and I remain there and I'm capturing this in images. This is not visible. You see the light source itself. It is not over the roof, and driving up the street is not going to result in what is the sun being over the roof of the Upland Public Library as you are driving into the city of Upland. What is necessarily occurring is a real-time movement of that light source, and this is the demonic. This is Satan exercising control. Satan is present through the environment. All right, you're talking about what is also common sense. The light source is present over this same street, the same intersection, as I've documented it already, in the morning. This same street on February 5th, 2022, in the morning, I'm coming from this direction and getting on the bus and going to Upland, California, and getting off the bus, going to the Upland Public Library. On February 4th, 2022, this same street, this same intersection, in the afternoon, 3 o'clock in the afternoon, going into 4 o'clock, where I arrive at the Upland Public Library, and the fake sun is remaining over me, going in the same direction north as it was this morning as I'm en route to the Upland Public Library. All right, and this is just isolating the P.O.C. as I'm going from Ontario to Upland. The entity is engaging in the maintenance of a fake sun over the Fontana Lewis Library, where I am documenting my presence at the same time, and you are seeing what is an impossibility. It is no relative. It is no relative presence where it's going to be appearing as though it's directly over the roof of the Fontana Lewis Library, but it's also looking like it's directly over the roof of the Upland Public Library, and it's also looking like it's directly over the property of a Mercy House at 435 South Bonneview in Ontario, and it's also appearing as though it is moving back and forth to anybody who's in Ontario driving on Hope Boulevard, where the light source is just going up and down all day long and then setting in alignment to what is the Ontario Town Square if you happen to be at that property. That is not the actual sun. That is not possible, by the way. You were talking about what is maintenance and then engaging in what is setting. If I go to the city of Fontana, which is east of the city of Ontario, the entity has, and I've already documented, will engage in setting its fake sun in alignment with me, the object visible itself, in the city east of the city of Ontario, the location where the entity is starting the day with the fake sun over me. All right, and engaging in what is keeping a fake sun in. By keeping a fake sun, and what I'm referencing, I'm using this literal language because it's not the actual sun, and this is in conflict with what is science and what has been revealed about the alleged sun that is a gaseous ball of fire, and as it's engaged in ongoing constant movement, that is in no way concentrated on a single street, which is what my documentation shows. You're talking about what is not possible to... It's not possibly over any other sky space in some other state, let alone in any other county, as it's remaining over me, visible to me while I remain on one property. All right, and so this is the significance of what I'm documenting. And so I'm honing in on what are these minions. These are the demon-possessed who engage in all manner of different methods of harassment while they are monitoring the documentation. Psychopaths, okay? So I want to document that. It's 2:30 p.m. and that iteration of the pattern of conduct is underway while I'm inside of the bathroom. And these are sex offenders. Again, let me be clear. This is demonic activity. You are looking at what is the unprecedented sexual violence as you're subject to surveillance. As you are removing your clothing, it is a matter of public information. As you are engaging in any activity in the private space, which is the restroom, even inside of a public establishment, it is a matter of public information. And how are you aware of that? Because of what is the demonic pattern of stalking that is mirroring, occurring with simultaneity, audible activity, which is amplified with regard to whatever it is that you're doing, the maintenance of this audible activity that also coexists with the placement of engineered light, impossible light, the placement of this light source that is not possibly the sun. This is how you are deducing all of that. This is how you are understanding all of that. And it also follows where the government is engaging in stalking directly, and you are documenting what is a pattern of conduct by those who are engaging in the same identical behavioral pattern in this same environment, which is entirely unnatural. You're seeing what is the entirety of that P.O.C, of that pattern of conduct, and it is working as one together. The same pattern of conduct where it's outside and you're hearing amplified audible activity where you cannot hear the train that is on the tracks, literally the train running on the ground on the tracks. All right, it's one thing amplifying what is the sound of the horn of the train, which again, it's amplification, but the entity engages in amplifying the sound of the train running on the tracks. That's amplification. It's stupid. Like I was speaking to last night, it is the stupid audible activity. You are not able to hear the train literally running on the tracks. And so you're talking about what is the entity doing this regardless of the distance that I am at. Okay, this is the same pattern of conduct. It's demonic. It's surrounding with noise while you are always molested and surrounded with light, engineered light, while those who are of this specific condition, demon possession, are maintaining presence all around. And what does that look like inside of the up and public library while they're engaging in the conduct of that perpetual sex offender, pacing up the stairs in directed light, sitting all around on computers, reading books, doing whatever it is that you're doing, stalking in a study room while you are surrounded with directed light, while you go into the bathroom and that environment remains. You are talking about presence with communication devices while amplification of audible activity and directed light is all over the bathroom walls and all over the grounds. You are pacing in that environment with knowledge of my entering and exiting of the bathroom while I remain subject to that surveillance. And so that's what the significance of what I captured, and that's why I did capture video opening up the door, and then I continued to recite the pattern of conduct as I was subject to it in the bathroom. All right, and then you're understanding what, again, I'm documenting this, and the entity is literally engaging in the stalking conduct on video, okay? And so this is the significance of it, and this is that delusional psychopath. So you're talking about a government, you're talking about what is Satan. Yes, Satan is going to continue doing, you're talking about what is, demented in every regard, and you're talking about what is supposed to be the form of, oh, I'm just walking up the stairs, I don't know what she's talking about. Sorry, this is all the malice that is behind the system. But you're talking about what is the P.O.C. And you are engaging in the criminal conduct in plain sight, and it is that very simple. With this regard, you don't have any form. It's known what you're doing. It's known the significance of what you're doing. It's known the demented and predatory mindset that you maintain necessarily so while you're doing it, in addition to the fact that you are doing it with the intent to obstruct justice as you're monitoring the documentation. This is a psychopath, a dangerous one, and a sex offender that's engaging in surveillance while my panties are down in the bathroom, while I pull my panties up and step out to document the predatory conduct, and as I remain subject to it, listening to every word. That is the unlawful threat that the government poses while it's monitoring through the demon-possessed. This demon possession is directly relevant to what is terrorism, while that ongoing unlawful determination, because that's exactly what is revealed while you are continuing that P.O.C, while documentation is underway, while documentation by the ordinary targeted individual has commenced. And that is speaking to what, again, federal prison for all the ways in which obstruction of justice is documented. All right, and that's what I have revealed. It's currently 2:34 p.m. This is P.O.C inside of the Upland Public Library. It's documentation of what is federal stalking in the private space, which is speaking to what is the perpetual sex offender that is the state of California and the people of the state of California. It is 2:34 p.m. and this is P.O.C.
It is 6:06 p.m. On security cameras inside of Upland Public Library, you will see what is a demon-possessed Caucasian female. This is a sex offender stalking in the bathroom on behalf of the people of the state. It's 6:06 p.m. and that's documenting this on my podcast, and it's also seen on surveillance camera. And this is criminal conduct in concert with an entity that's monitoring together with communication devices. It is 6:07 p.m. All right, these minions are patrolling in and out of the bathroom, so I want to document, this is while they're monitoring the documentation. This is the sex offender, and these are demons who are engaging in stalking in bathrooms. It's 6:09 p.m. that this is seen on surveillance camera. This is monitoring conduct, and it's demonic activity that's occurring in a bathroom. That's audible activity creation while she's monitoring and stalking in the bathroom. It's currently 6:09 p.m. It's P.O.C. This is audible activity, and I'm going to prosecute every single last one of them for engaging in stalking and activity creation. And let me be clear, this is not insanity, this is satanic. It is 6:09 p.m. This is and this is the stalker responding to the documentation, by the way. It's 6:09 p.m. P.O.C. This is monitoring on behalf of Joy, on behalf of Elaine, on behalf of Erica, the employees Kiki. The ones that work here, they're all monitoring with this demon that's in the bathroom stalking, a psychopath and a sex offender. This is P.O.C. Alrighty, I do want to capture what is the overweight minion that works here, going by the name of Elaine, monitoring with a communication device while another minion is in the bathroom engaging in harassment, which is audible activity creation while stalking in the bathroom. All right, this is the one that also has documented, and by the one I mean the minion that you see walking out is the minion that engages in harassment as documented at State Facilitating Venue Ovid Family Community Library as well. So I want to be clear with regard to what is sexual violence. This is the P.O.C. But you're also talking about what is the entity expressing hostility while they're engaging in literally monitoring the evidence for their prosecution. This is the same Caucasian female engaging in harassment that is documented in the bathroom while stalking in the bathroom at Ovid Family Community Library, first of all. Second of all, you have what is the minion that is Elaine, who works here, who is in relevant position with a communication device, which I capture as I exit. She is monitoring the entire time. Want to be clear. And this is also a specific act of harassment while I am documenting what is the conclusive evidence of what is not the sun that remains over the roof of the Upland Public Library, while directed light is being aimed inside of the venue, and minions are surrounding with amplified audible activity while they're monitoring while my panties are down, in other words. So while they're monitoring the documentation, in other words, you have it what is sending in a demon, and that's exactly what you're listening to. That is a hostile demon. In what is the body of a white woman who has a documented history of stalking and harassing in the bathroom at Ovid Family Community Library, by the way, as well. All of this is the pattern of conduct, and it's also with regard to what is an intent to engage in ongoing harassment. Elaine is the one that I named in the bathroom who is monitoring, and I captured Elaine in operation of a communication device while she is stalking in the bathroom. Understand that demon that is stalking on behalf of the people, is present on behalf of the people. And while Elaine is stalking in relevant position while I'm in the bathroom, because that's exactly what she's doing, and she is monitoring on a communication device, she is indeed engaging in this harassment while she is monitoring and stalking inside of the bathroom stall. All right, the people are acting as an entity on behalf of the state, and this is demonic conduct. I want to be clear, it's 6:14 p.m. This is images that I capture while this demon, the specific one that's acting on behalf of the entity, walks out of the bathroom. I refer to her as the bag lady. She's the one that's wearing the black boots. She walks in immediately after documenting on my podcast, which is a matter of public information. It's being monitored, that another minion with the olive green shoes on security camera enters. This is patrolling. This is the demonic conduct. This is the pattern of conduct for federal stalking occurring in the bathroom. Okay, and then engaging in what is harassment while I'm documenting the fact that you are stalking and engaging in interstate stalking in the bathroom, which is the conduct of Satan itself. These are the demon-possessed. They are violent sex offenders. I want to be clear. I want to name specifically the overweight white one who is in operation for communication device working here at the venue that I also named in the bathroom while she's monitoring. She also heard me document her by name. Elaine is a sex offender engaging in what is criminal summoning, for which she's going to be prosecuted for. She's not alone, but I just want to be clear. This is the minion whose image I capture, who's sitting in the desk at the circulation desk and monitoring while my panties are down, and then you have demons patrolling in and out. It is currently 6:15 p.m. P.O.C. All right, I want to document what is the iteration of the ongoing demonic behavioral pattern by the people of the state who are engaged in surveillance. And these are demons that are engaging in this criminal system of interstate stalking with the government. And so I'm inside of what is a venue where state surveillance remains underway, and this is the Upland Public Library. And so I did capture what is this minion who was maintaining presence by keeping their vision focused on the book stacks while they're stalking in relevant position. And while the entity is engaging in, and this is the entity that is represented by this minion that's staring at books, stalking in the path, and while doing so, stalking with audible activity. That is the conduct of minions, okay? You have what is the sound of amplified audible activity, what looks ordinary, right, which should be ordinary, standing and looking at books, but what you are, the audible activity and also the ongoing light conduct is what is the totality of that picture. And you're talking about what is the demonic conduct with regard to anything that the demon-possessed are doing, they are doing, which is audibly exaggerated, and it is occurring with simultaneity to what it is that I am doing. And so as I engage in a new movement that is gesturing to pick up my phone, you have what is the entity, and this is the entity I'm speaking to, what is this third party who's standing in front of the study room that I'm in. I'm inside of study room number 1 inside of Upland Public Library. And it includes the minion that is Elaine. This is the heavyset Caucasian female who I capture images of. She immediately goes into what is the side room in order to engage in flashing the lights. Now, their form for flashing the lights is the library is getting ready to close in 15 minutes. She goes and engages in this creation of light activity. At the moment that I began changing my function, picking up my phone and changing the function to camera, I'm getting ready to use my phone. In other words, change of activity, operation of communication device, demon stalking with activity creation. Flashing your lights at what is 6:43 p.m., which is close enough to what is the, we're getting ready to close in 15 minutes. And then Elaine comes to the door. I do take a picture of this at 6:44 p.m. In order to tell me the library is closing in 15 minutes. And let me be clear, this is the pattern of conduct that's occurring under the guise of doing their job inside the facilitating venue. All right, and doing so on behalf of the state that's engaged in surveillance. So the minion that is staring at the bookcase, she's engaging in what is just pacing around. And what you hear is amplified audible activity while you are touching or merely placing a book on a book stack. It's not actually something that's going to be loud enough that you're hearing some loud, like, boom, when they are, I guess, putting a book back on the shelf. It is a method of activity creation. It is also that which is always exaggerated in its volume. And it is also that which is always occurring with simultaneity to what I am doing. That is the demonic behavioral pattern. That is the ongoing identical conduct regardless of what is the method of creation of noise. Now, you were talking about using your voice in order to stalk with activity. You were talking about using a train in order to stalk with audible activity. You were talking about using a helicopter in order to stalk with audible activity. You were talking about using your car alarm in order to stalk with audible activity. You can use anything. This is what demons do. This is what the people of the state are doing. All right, and so the untrained one that is not aware of the fact that demons are surrounding and they are engaged in monitoring with communication devices. All right, you're talking about what is ignorance with regard to what a person is doing at the time that they're doing it and the actual substantive value of that conduct, not the outward distraction that they start talking to you about the magazine they saw in the grocery store. The moment that they start talking to you about that magazine on the shelf is used as a means of stalking with audible activity while a fake sun remains over your head, or while you are molested with directed light, your shadow is surrounding, or while you are being molested with directed light while demons are crossing path. All right, this is the pattern of conduct. So while I'm inside of the Upland Public Library, this demon is stalking in the path, keeping their back to me while they're looking at bookshelves. And while I'm sitting in study room number 1, you hear loud, extraordinarily loud, like knocking noise. And I suppose this is supposed to be the sound of books that she's slamming on the shelf while looking like she's just peacefully looking. And this is what I mean. The conduct of the people of the state, it is actually characteristic of angry demons as opposed to just normal people who are, just present, having that they're not stuck. This is the form that the entity is seeking to maintain. It doesn't exist. All right, that form is gone. You are engaged in a pattern of conduct. It's revealed. All you are witnessing now are all of the faces of psychopaths, and how you are not in any way persuaded or deterred by what is the conduct of the demon possessed. This is how Satan conducts itself. This is the face that Satan wears. Aside from what are the clear, what you hear in the bathroom today, this is a hostile demon acting true to form. Okay, but for the most part, you're talking about what is public corruption, what is putting on a smiley face, what is acting indifferent, what is keeping their back to you, what is acting as though like you should be a stranger that has no concern for you. But you're looking at the directed light. You're looking at what is the conduct of stalking with audible activity. You're looking at what is the amplified noise. You're looking at what is the simultaneity with which all of this amplified environment occurs. Okay, so I want to be clear. This is demonic. While Elaine and this minion are monitoring together, Elaine uses flashing of the lights inside of the venue, which I want to be clear has nothing to do with closure. Where the pattern of conduct is underway, it is another iteration of what is terrorizing conduct, light activity creation, and this minion does so at the moment that I begin to pick up my phone. All right. So anyway, it's currently 6:50 p.m. and this is inside of Upland Public Library. These are the same sex offenders who are engaging in the same demonic conduct while you are physically indisposed, engaged in any private activity inside of a private space, which is represented by the bathroom. This is P.O.C.
All right, sex offenders lined up at what is 8th Street, Arco, at 193 South Euclid Avenue, molesting me. The company Arco, the people of the state, molesting me while I am across the street from that property. That's impossible light activity that the demons on that property engaging in business with Arco, all right, are present to engage in stalking. License 8SRC003 07362W1 6FWF743 7YXC146 7PGU550 AWYV275. Molesting with license 5SLD603 5EPB 258. So sad, Tasmanian devil just spins itself into a license BF52S70. That's a paper plate 8WLY282. Alrighty, it is currently 7:15 p.m. Uh, 06293A1. It's 7:18 p.m. License 6XRZ794 7WWN 64645 60636X2 7ZJP 712, I believe. 8ZOL797. License 8YBP487 8EQJ387, I believe. 6TJF554. All right, and this minion coming over to molest. I'm at Olive, where the city of Upland was stalking today with amplified audible activity. 8FWY143 molesting. It is currently 7:19 p.m. 8YKF378 AK10896, I believe. Can't really see the rest of them. Molesting, coming from behind me, molesting. License 7NLB211, 7NBL211, excuse me. License 6WTT825, 8RXC284, 7MXJ676, 8HZD032, 8TMV887, 7ROT739, 7LQW279, I believe. All of them molesting the same. Coming from behind me, touching on my backside. You're touching with an instrument of criminal conduct in the way I wouldn't let you touch with your hand or anything else. 8 U.S. I can't really read that one. 7TJN 533. They are all sex offenders, and this is the demented population. These are the demon possessed. All they're doing is stalking. It is indeed a molestation. The entity is doing nothing but maintaining presence around me as I walk. They're stalking as a group, just driving past repeatedly. And it's also the conduct where the entity is engaging in, government is engaging in surveillance. Everywhere that the minions live is stalking presence on behalf of the state. They're monitoring with communication devices, including 03025Z1, in relevant position at what is the venue of, let's see their address. See their address. Let me get this license. 6RMV591 8DML469. License 8. Oh, I can't see that one. 8. I'm sorry, that was a B. You can scratch that. 8FGY314. And you have what's directed light moving all across these minions' houses, their property. Everything is this hallmark, this impossible light activity speaking to a demonic environment, a pervasive and a ceaseless existence of an impossible environment, the conduct of light that is abnormal. All right, you're talking about what is, again, witnessing the supernatural, Satan present through people, the maintenance of a demonic environment while criminal conduct is underway. 311 Euclid Avenue, they're monitoring while you hear that amplified audible activity, a demon stalking with noise. As I begin walking toward that address to look at it, that's demonic. Right, that's what Elaine is doing inside of Upland Public Library, crossing path immediately, going into the study room and flickering the lights while she knows exactly what I'm doing, beginning to pick up my phone. That's demonic. That's the demon. That's the demonic behavioral pattern. This is the same exact entity that is stalking in the bathroom all day, subject to an ongoing molestation inside of the venue. How are you subject to a molestation? While the entity is aiming impossible light inside of the venue all over the place, where you are walking in it. This is a molestation while you're walking into the bathroom. This is what the entity is cycling through that venue. It's the same conduct when walking outside, and these demons who are stalking in the path, molesting with light. All right, it's the same exact pattern of conduct. It is currently 7:23 p.m. and again, that address is on Euclid Avenue in the city of Upland. That's where I'm at. That address that I read, and you hear the amplified audible activity while a demon is following with noise as I begin walking toward that venue to look at it. 343 Euclid Avenue in the city of Upland, California. Directed light moving across their houses the same. They're engaged in the pattern of conduct of monitoring with communication devices. And this is a ceaseless pattern of conduct while I'm outside, walking to whatever location, and the entity is doing nothing but following. And you are aware of what is following by the abnormal environment. 8 GOE 391. It is currently 7:24 p.m. 7J 56296, I believe. I can see this one at 367 Euclid Avenue in Upland, California. Directed light moving across their garage. Where no traffic driving on 7th Street or turning onto Euclid from 7th Street is going to result in that, and certainly not driving north and south on Euclid. 7YCF666 is a minion that lives in relevant position and is monitoring. License 6JEJ953. License URFATHR 8FAM431. License 4WEG232. License 7NHC145. 8EKT006. All of these are demons just stalking in the path. License, I read that one already. 4WEG232, 8FAM431, yeah. License 8SS S832. License 8FTV876. License 8RQY434, 7LHT953, 7JWM633, 7JBM420, 8SVC730, 7JAU081. All of them, every single last one of them are of the same identical condition, demon possession. These are these happen to be ones whose license plate I am documenting. I'm documenting an entity as I read each and every last license plate. Understand it's group conduct. License 8PRN376, BF9645, I believe, paper 2319583, Amazon Prime, engaging in sexual violence again and stalking, 53848X1, license 8PGB632, Agility, US.152317, California 0398696. And their license plate is 88746F3. License 8DCM615, 6EBC235, 8UTC341, 7VYR831, 8EXD632, license 7JWR962, 8LJF186, 8UEM046, 36516S2, 5JZJ106, 8WOL920. I can't really see the rest of one. Every single last one, the company that intentionally engages in crossing path, not only are they demons, they are engaging in what is engaging in this demonic conduct, which is also criminal, with knowledge of the fact that they are being revealed as demons. All right, this is a demented entity. All right. So I want to be clear. I'm referencing what are companies such as Amazon Prime engaging in demonic activity, engaging in what is the conduct to result in a prosecution as a sex offender as a company engaging in that. 7RFP347, 8WTV519, a perpetual sex offender. License ABOSSY1. License 7R04270, 4YLG676, 8TJK752, 6WTJ775, ANAIBEN, 7EML319, A1857C, 5HX, I can't really see that one, 7JMP719. These are all demons that go all of their way, light moving all over the houses while their vehicles are in the street and their headlights are not creating moving shadows on houses. That's demonic. That's directed light. That is speaking to the ongoing pattern of conduct. And it's also the indication of what is a very broad system. It is indiscriminate. You can read anyone's address. Every single last one of them are engaging in the pattern of conduct. This is a demon-possessed population. Entirely. License plate. It's 7:28 p.m. Molesting is license 7YXJ075. License 6AJM397. License, let's see, 8YJ2. I can't really see that one. 6CSK645, 7KCH540, 4TIA525, molesting me from the opposite side of the street. They're demon-possessed comrades on the opposite side. Understand, all they're doing is crossing paths because they're actual vehicles. It doesn't matter whether it's a Corvette or if it's a broke-down Pinto. Headlights are not reaching to the opposite side of this road and fanning across the property and touching my body. These are all sex offenders that I'm documenting them together. License 7NO6113. License 6T LA 476. And remember what's in relevant position. A venue that is the emergency pet clinic at 7th Street. They're engaging in sexual violence right now. In the comfort of that office, they're being documented right now in relevant position, engaging in a massive sex offense on behalf of a government while the entity is being documented. License 7VNL 695. License, let's see, 3VSP 939, 7PKH 542, 8WPN 328, 7WLN 267, 91641N2. Got another demon showing their true colors, stalking in the path with hazard lights. 32218B3. All it is ongoing documentation and confirmation of the demon possession that they are and the stalkers that they are. Identical behavior. 8DIS 569. License 5CCH929. And this act of terrorism is in front of 375, where this demon is pulling up to molest with light. 375 Euclid Avenue. My shadow is appearing on that property right now, while headlights are stopping in front of me. Headlights would be aiming toward the street. This demon is pacing in front of the property in a convertible BMW. This is a white woman. License 7JPB893 pulls right into 375 Euclid Avenue, where there's also the license plate 8KTV501. All right, she's the one that stops in the street, turns on her hazards, wants to be a distraction. I'm going to document her and that venue where she's at, 375 South Euclid Avenue in Upland, California. It's P.O.C. My shadow appears on that property. And she stops with her hazards on and then paces in front of the property and then pulls up onto the property. License 7WGH265. License 8NTB131. License 7DKZ479. 7JBC569. Let's see, 6NNF730. All right, and that is the stalking activity by the demon-possessed. The people of the state documented engaging in using their venue to engage in the pattern of conduct 91515R1. And that is why the people of the state live at 375 Euclid Avenue in Upland, California. That is no third party exercising any First Amendment rights, all right? Private on behalf of an entity while directed light is being streamed and my shadow is appearing at a distance on that property, okay? While they're listening to me document them. It's currently 7:32 p.m. There's an old white male patrolling in and out of his front door at 375 Euclid Avenue in Upland, California. The entity is flying over the house. Amazon Prime is crossing path as well. Let me document that. And you have what is the repeated manifestation of just inexplicable substantial light moving up and down, touching on me, and my shadow appears at a distance on the property. Okay? It is currently 7:32 p.m. License 8EBP 637 7HALO. License 8RSL 480 6EEG 453. License 8EMM 143. FedEx crossing path. License 5TCZ 340 79146B1. 8WAW 094. SoCal Gas. License 8U 94027. License, let's see. 6EVX 509. And it's 7:33 p.m. Alrighty, I'm capturing what is the venue. Again, the people of the state engaging in the P.O.C. at 375 South Euclid Avenue in Upland, California with the people of the state with license 30914W2, 33583P2, 224, I can't see the rest of that one. It is currently 7:33 p.m. In this property where you're looking at what is the convertible vehicle, this is a woman engaging in molestation, loitering with the vehicle lights on. The demon, this is a male standing outside of the car. He's patrolling in and out. My shadow is appearing on the property. You see the distance I'm standing. Where I am standing capturing this picture, my shadow is appearing on the front of that house while I'm being molested with directed light, impossible light activity. And the entity is engaging in the pattern of conduct as I'm reading the license plates of those who are patrolling on Euclid Avenue. This is the totality of that P.O.C. All right, so you're using your venue, which is nothing other than an address with which the long arm of the law shall snatch you up and prosecute you. It's documented conduct. CAE 4211, that's Arizona. And every single act the entity is monitoring via and with this demon that lives at, again, 375 South Euclid Avenue in Upland, California. Alrighty, it is currently 7:34 p.m. Alrighty, it's 7:35 p.m. License plate. Remove their license plate. License 7KDR 635 6WSE. Can't see that one. 8NNL 870 7UZJ 152 8FVA 339 8XRZ 662 5ZIT 527 6GYA 556 And remember, like I stated, the emergency pet clinic at 7th, as I walked through that parking lot, all those demons sitting in that parking lot, they're in there tending to or not tending to animals, monitoring while I'm being molested. It's facilitation. Everybody is monitoring. That's why it's ongoing. 8GUP 830, 8RSW 536. License 7FGY 658. And this is also another indicator. This is why you can also literally walk through a neighborhood and rattle down, document the people of the state, SAYY, as I have done, which is merely an example because you don't even have to do that when you're documenting the government. It's good. They're a matter of prosecution, relevant positioning with regard to wherever it is that you are. But I have shown all the ways in which you can document in a very easy manner. But I want to be clear. The entity engaging in conduct, walking outside of their house, engaging in the pattern of stalking with light in the path, engaging in the pacing conduct outside of these are demons that live in relevant position. That's why they're engaging in that conduct. And it is literally the randomness. You can, as random as it is, while demons drive by a vehicle where I'm sleeping and directed light is occurring with every single last one of them, walking in every single neighborhood, there is no room for error. There is no exception. All right. I am the exception. If you want to know, I'm the exception. I'm the one subject to this targeting by the demon possessed. 7NAT 390, 8DYF 629, 7LZW 601, 5XAH 393, 6ZBC 765, 361TR handicap, Lyft and Uber 8CSY 618. Lyft and Uber are engaging in sexual violence and terrorism, while the people of the state in California are engaging in this criminal activity and representing that company while doing so. 8YIH909. And so, like I was stating, you have what is, again, the randomness of demons stepping out of where they live. That is exactly how precise I am with my documentation. When I say that it is a demon-possessed population, that's exactly what they demonstrate. As I'm standing in front of what is a house, and you're assuming, oh, how do I know? That's how I know. That's exactly what they did. And it is pursuant to any location where I am. It is the same exact P.O.C. License plate. It is a demon-possessed population. 8KKR078. License 8YAY872. License 8UVY852. 8JGG869. 8SIH248. 4E29901. And these demons went to the extent of just sitting in the driveway, which is a means of maintaining presence in the path, 5LRY384, to get close with light. That's exactly what that demon is doing. All right? Sitting in that driveway. 8HYF996. It's engaging in surveillance at a facilitating venue. You have no protection from being dragged in federal court. License plate. 8TC0715. You're engaging in terrorism at a facilitating venue where you live. 7ZFK799. 7BHC263. It is currently 7:38 p.m. License HTGNITE. License. Oh, paper plate ripped off. This white-faced demon. License 8VIM185, 7PPA186, 8PRT081, 05081Y1, 5FQP715, 8EEZ585. It is 7:39 p.m. And you have when I'm, because exactly where I'm standing on the curb right here, right next to the street, so I'm not standing on the corner. So these sex offenders that engage in predatory conduct, knowing where it is I'm standing, 7XYZ544. And so there's no turn right here where they can turn and touch me with molest light while they're engaging in molestation, intending to molest. 8LWZ061. So I'm not standing at a corner. This is why you have what is that just inexplicable light. So it's without, again, the form, but there is no form with regard to that prosecution. But I'm breaking down what is the conduct of demons who want to engage in something outwardly and make it appear as though, because this is, maybe they're lying to themselves, I don't know, but they're not fooling anybody. It's directed light. It's clearly directed light, but oh, those are headlights that are touching you when they're turning and on the opposite side of the street. I'm not at a corner, so while I'm standing on this street, 8HGM595, 7JED239, 8XQV278, 7VPP952, 8XRA073, 8XDO956 or 8XDU956, 8FUZ436, 8AYV322, 6YBC476, 7HHG697, HEDZCAB. So while I'm standing on this street right here, you have, that's what I'm speaking to, it's like a panel of light, like a large panel of light, it like lifts up and down. And then also what's combined with it is my shadows appearing upright on a distance at the venue of 375 South Euclid Avenue behind me. 8UCM328. You're seeing in the picture, you're seeing this demon, he's standing outside of the car, they're monitoring. And they're monitoring with the demons whose license plate I'm reading. They are monitoring while my shadow is appearing on the venue where this demon lives. They are monitoring while the demon that he is talking to sitting in the car is stalking with light using the vehicle. Using communication devices altogether, these demons are monitoring. All right, again, this is the people of the state at 375 South Euclid Avenue in Upland, California. It's 7:41 p.m. License plate 7KHA028, 8Z, I can't see that one. 8DMJ191, 7NCJ945, 8FIR852, BRIAMBR, license plate 7Z, I can't really see that one. It is currently 7:42 p.m. That's some literally impossible audible activity there. You hear the train? That's called amplification. This is demonic. They are demons that live at 375 South Euclid Avenue. And you know that, but that this demon-possessed man was pacing in and out of his front door while my shadow was appearing on the wall of his house. 5ZWE373. And the demon that drove up to his car was stalking in the path with hazard lights on. That's stalking in the path with light. That's demonic. License 13376. I can't really see that one. You can scratch that one. It's 7:42 a.m. All right, license plate 8SAF 620, 8BES 638, capturing video of what is directed light. And directed light where you're looking at what are vehicles that are driving in the street. Their headlights are not the cause of, and it's not possibly to create what is the fanning out of directed light as I have described it. You see what are objects that are creating shadows that are appearing on the brick wall, whereas their headlights are aiming straight on the street. 7ZTH433, it is the hallmark of what is directed light. It is the evidence of demon possession while I'm literally capturing their images and their stalking conduct, which is crossing path. All right, it's currently 7:47 p.m. and you see the minions that live at 375 South Euclid Avenue. Alrighty, I wanted to document that minion leaving from the property of 375 South Euclid, 8JJT201. While you have what are driving on the streets, again, this is ordinary, this is basic, okay? Vehicles driving on the street, first of all, headlights are not reaching across where you see 7th Street and they're driving from that corner turning onto Euclid, for example. Panels of substantial light, meaning it's like a wall of light that's like rising high up and down, movement of light in other words. And then my shadow is appearing at a distance on the property of 375 South Euclid where you see the demon possessed acting oblivious to my presence while they are stalking and monitoring me, and doing so by standing next to the vehicle while she's stalking in the path. All right, while they're stalking in the path, meaning maintaining presence close by and using a method of light, which is the vehicle. While, by the way, I'm showing in the video what is the fanning out of directed light on a brick wall that is far away from the street. Their headlights are not aiming toward the streets. This is not ordinary lights. Again, you're talking about what is the movement of shadows. You're also looking at what my shadow is upright on this tree right here, and I have more than one shadow. This is impossible light activity, and this is that ongoing mark of demon possession. 5FBF974, 8TGW616, 7CPK045, 13945U1, 79039B3, 8ZFS499, 6XYN058, 7VPL 694, I believe, or 654, I can't really see it. And I'm also capturing what is the hallmark, another hallmark, the state is stalking via aircraft, flying right over the people at the address of what is 375 South Euclid Avenue in Upland, California. These are the hallmarks. That is directed light. And under ordinary circumstances, you do not have what is this rich light that is not only is it rich and substantial, it is necessarily going at is what is off of the street onto the property of the brick wall, and it's dynamic light. It is also dynamic, what you see when the vehicles are sitting stationary at in traffic. They're not moving. I want to be clear, even where they're moving, I'm pointing out what is the pattern, and I'm pointing out what is the demonic system. It's supposed to occur under the guise of normalcy. In other words, you're pointing out what they're doing, but then the entity is engaging in conduct, which is supposed to be the explanation for what you're looking at. So when you are sitting still in traffic, you're not even moving. And I showed in the video the light, the shadows are moving. There's no moving traffic. There is no way that the vehicle that's in the far left lane, are you trying to suggest that those headlights are causing that movement? Because that's not the case. But I want to be clear, even if and when they are moving in traffic, the headlights are aiming straight. Headlights are not going to create fanning light and movement of shadows. Shadows are things that are created by objects in the trajectory of, speaking to the trajectory of light. The shadow moves as the object moves. All right, so you're talking about what is light that is necessarily moving around. Think about a camera that's on, as opposed to a tripod where it remains stationary, a camera that you are holding around. And as you move around with the camera, just replace that with what is light. As you move around with the camera, then the shadow will move. But if you are aiming light and you are not moving with regard to what is stationary, that shadow's not moving. The shadow moves if you move, But that is not the conduct of ordinary light, what I'm showing you. This is fanning of directed light. This is dynamic light. It is not occurring from headlights that are aiming straight on the road. And it is also not occurring where the vehicles are stationary on the road. It is not occurring while they are driving on the streets and you're looking at what is light that is being aimed. So they are driving, for example, on Euclid. They are driving south on Euclid. The light conduct, the fanning out of light, the movement of the shadows are moving west. That is not the conduct of lights that are moving, as the vehicles are driving south. I just want to point that out. So that's how descriptive I will be, because that's literally what happened. The shadows are dynamic, they're moving. The shadows on a brick wall, that's what I'm pointing to. In addition to what is my enlarged shadow, the shadow is bigger than me, okay? And it's appearing upright on the tree. In addition to what is the multiple shadows, I have 2 shadows that are upright appearing on the tree that are enlarged in size. I want to be clear, shadows are not ordinarily those which are upright. They appear on the ground because the trajectory of light is ordinarily coming from above you. Okay, if you're standing in what is headlights, for example, in front of a car, your shadow will be behind you on the ground. Okay, or if you're standing in front of a wall, for example, then it'll be upright. But I want to be clear, you're talking about these vehicles that are in traffic. Their vehicle headlights are aiming towards the street. That is not going to create an upright shadow of what is enlarged inside. It's magnified in size. It's I've got 2 shadows. I refer to that as the stuttering light. And in addition to that, you have what is the dynamic light on the brick wall. The shadows are moving while this is not going to result while the vehicles are in motion and light is moving past. You're talking about what is light that is cycling in the direction west against the wall while the vehicles are driving south past the property. The property is stationary. All right, the shadows are supposed to be of the trees. I want to be clear, there's multiple shadows there in every way if you're paying attention. And the reason why I'm going through that is because that's what you have to pay attention. The devil is in the details. It is absolutely impossible light activity. It is the mark of demon possession. This is the criminal activity as I'm documenting at the property of 375 South Euclid Avenue while they're monitoring me at what is an address that is documented as the people of the state. That demon has no First Amendment constitutional rights, certainly no shelter from prosecution, as I literally captured that. And he's using his own venue as criminal conduct on behalf of the state, who is also flying over that venue while I'm being molested with directed light. Nonetheless, it is a molestation with any instrument of light, which is facilitation. But I'm pointing out to you what is, it's not even ordinary. It is the hallmark. It is the engineered light. All right. I want to be clear. It's 7:53 p.m. And while I'm going through that, American Medical Response going out of their way to cross path. And all of that was because I stopped here where I stood. And so you have a demon that comes on the property nearest me to touch with light, to loiter in relevant position. These demons don't even necessarily know each other, understand. They come out and engage in what is presence together. It is double Dutch with regard to stalking. They're maintaining presence, just driving by, know where I'm located, and the entity is maintaining presence. You'll have what is a demon that will stop by. They will literally, you're dealing with Satan. You're talking about coming out and just engaging in a conversation while they're monitoring together. They don't even have to actually have a physical, a personal relationship. 8DVV269. License plate 5FFJ080. And so this is the light conduct as I'm showing while these demons are crossing path, because that's exactly what that's revealing. License 9AHZ529. I'm revealing while I am speaking to what is the ongoing hallmark of what is this abnormal light that I'm being molested with, in addition to what is at 375 South Euclid. My shadow is appearing behind me on this third party's wall where you see him standing outside. All right. And you're looking at what is the dynamic light. That's exactly what was happening on his property, except my shadow was moving across the property. Just like you see the moving shadows on that brick wall, my shadow was appearing on his property over there. That's impossible light. And it is equally impossible while I'm showing you that on the brick wall behind me. All right. 8XTG376, 7LBV578. They're all engaging in the perpetual sex offense. 8MTP972, 8USX240, 5BSV486. And the entity engaging in what is that pattern of conduct. I want to be clear, I'm documenting the overweight sex offending harasser, that is Elaine, who was stalking and harassing today. She's being documented right now, so I want to be clear. The entity engages in criminal conduct on behalf of everyone. 70QP, I can't really see the rest of that one, but like I said, and the reason why I'm pointing that out is because the entity is engaging in conduct, satiating what is an appetite for wicked, all right, for wicked activity, all right, also hostile, while you nonetheless you lose. You lose at the end of the day, and you are talking about what is every single last name is losing as well. So while you're talking about what a repeated molestation, I'm documenting the people of the state at 375 South Euclid Avenue, violent sex offenders molesting me on their property, using their property as the pattern of conduct. while the state's flying over your property, directed light is on your property. You're talking about what is the entity engaging in P.O.C. And I'm just want to point out the obvious. I'm sorry. Let me point out the ongoing nature of documenting a government. Elaine continues to be documented right now. She is of the same demon-possessed entity, monitoring on behalf of the same public entity, engaging in surveillance inside of Upland Public Library for the duration of my time there. This is the pattern of conduct while I'm outside. It is ceaseless. All right? So license plate. 7VHM L28 53504H3 BAUMBUG 7BOS 046, and those are the links to which they go in order to engage in stalking. Literally, coming to be as close to me as possible. That's what 375 South Euclid is about. Stalking in the path. That's literally what that's about, and that's the extent to which an entity that is inherently threatening with regard to that obsessive stalking activity. 7JPU283. And then you're talking about what's the psychopath. You want to act like you're consumed in a conversation when you're not doing anything but stalking. You're stalking. Stalking with light. You're stalking in the path. You are stalking at the address where you live, wherever you pay your mortgage or your rent, whatever it is that you're paying. That's why you're coming outside and my shadows appearing on your property. You're a stalker and a demon-possessed one. All right? License plate. 8EPU019. Fluid. Yep. License. I can't see their license plate. 7CEN677. That's fluid truck share. That's what I meant by fluid. License plate. 8TMM689. 6SDC953, 8JGS886. Alrighty, and that is the people of the state also documented engaging in not only sexual violence but harassment, acting via the people at the address of what is a third-party facilitating venue 375 South Euclid Avenue. Alrighty, it is currently 7:57 p.m. License plates 8DFJ915. A sex offender molesting with their demon-possessed comrades because their headlights not only do they not create a panel of light, their headlights are not able to reach onto the opposite side, touching onto the property over here. 8CUW029, touching onto the property of, and as well as molesting me and casting my shadow onto the wall. That's what they're doing as they are also monitoring on the opposite side of Euclid Avenue. License plate 7RNZ395 8G, I can't really see that one, 6167682 7PSK478 7WFCF059 8XNR217 25033L2 6NQU 846 8ATE479. And this goes to show also, while the entity engages in this conduct, it shows very plainly the demons that they are. As I've shown it, I've revealed it. You're talking about trying to hide it. You can't hide it. I've revealed it, what they are doing, what's wrong with them while they're doing it, 8HSV724. But as I do something such as not stand on the corner where a sex offender can easily just turn in order to touch me with lights, which is all that they're aiming to do because they're stalking as an entity, you're coming around to cross path and to molest. That's it. 6ZBF628. And so while I'm not staying on a corner for the ease of that, you see them going to the far extent 7UFL676, just a large panel of light, like a wall of light that repeatedly is just arriving out of nowhere, just out of the galaxy, like, and touching my person. All right. So this is an ongoing effort. This shows, again, the bare bone demons that they are and the desperate stalking conduct that they are engaged in. 8XTW098. 5TNH418, 7JDJ193, 8KHC100, 8UTK968, 8ZPG076, 8YFN607, 8POU278, 8NMT175, 8DGS412, because I didn't read that one. 07683E3. I believe that's Penske truck. Yeah, they are. That's Penske. Demons driving a Penske truck. License. See, 7SSX325. And also, also what I document is how the company that is Metrolink and or Union Pacific, the entity sounding train activity while I'm standing at 375 South Euclid Avenue. That's the P.O.C. Okay. License BU53V92. That's paper. It is currently 8 p.m. All right, the panel of light appears, the cycling of directed light while these demons approach to cross path. License 7GNR502, 8TOR 831, 7AJN 557, 8NKW 869, 5XUA 789, 6RHA 223, 8MXP 599, 5NHL 906. Every single last one of them are demons. That's why that panel of light's just a manifesting out of nowhere in the sky. 8UWV 603, 8XBZ 762. License. This demon, license 7PWC 798. License plate. I can't really see that one. 7YFH 702, I believe. 8VPL 652. 6ZXL 389. 6HLT 291. 98575H2. License plates 8USW 047, 7FWV 077. License 8VHK 429, 16342H2. License, let's see, 8YOP 746, 6HPN 486, 8GBE 268, 7BRT 298, 8HGA 377, 7TQE 827, 8PRU 142, 8NLN 462, 00122G3, 8ZYS 393. 8XZ, can't really see the rest of that one though. 7DVA 364. License 6SEA 945, 6FPR 186, 7JPB 523, 8W, I can't see that one, 7JHL 082, 7, I can't see that one, 7WSK 559, 8WUG 382, and don't forget, I'm documenting venues, the people of the state, 7ZJE501, the emergency pet clinic, while the entity's sounding train activity. Remember, that's facilitation. Everybody else is monitoring. All right, while the entity is creating panels of walls of light that's just appearing and touching all over me, throwing my shadow onto the wall behind of the property of 375 South Euclid Avenue, everybody, it's facilitation. Everybody else is monitoring. 2106 8V2. And that is irrelevant with regard to the pattern of conduct as well. It is, by its very nature, its conduct of an entity. All right, and this entity is demon possessed. So this light, it is engineered light. I've shown you what is engineered light. The abnormal, the very weird conduct. Shadow appears upside down. It's this is engineered light, but it's demonic. All right, this engineered light is directly related to and indicative of demon possession. These are the demon possessed in this engineered light. License 4VSB 818, 4ZJN 173, 7ABC 164, 8TWZ 181, 24674G2, 6TIC 213, 6ANX 318, 8SCM 782, 4HKL 843. And this demon, license, sex offender license 6ROX 472. Sex offenders and demons alike. And they're engaging in what is teamwork. While this light activity is occurring, again, you're talking about it's occurring from both sides of the street. So I showed you on this side where I'm standing, the cycling of directed light, which is not occurring while you are driving on the opposite side of the street. All right, light reaching across while you're turning onto Euclid Avenue. It's called directed light, and the desperate act of a sex offender that is focused on me, an inferior demon, all right, who is touching with the method of what is engineered light, all right, and it ordinarily is supposed to occur while I'm standing where they are closer in order to touch, going to that extent in order to just literally engage in, but that's what the entity is doing with the fake sun as well, but that's not the sun that's that I captured at 1:02 p.m. over the roof. Let me get this demon license 8BKG600. Hurrying up to feeding her fat face while she's stalking on the run. She needs to run on a treadmill instead of trying to run up and touch me with light. Straight up. Anyway, it's currently 8:06 p.m. Let me get these demons over here. 8GCB209. 8RBG925. 6KUE390. 6SML390. It's 8:07 p.m. and I mean it, she's humongous. She's literally feeding her face while the demon that is inside of her is rushing toward in order to molest with light. License plate 79878W2. License 6VHK708, I believe. Can't really see the rest of them. Let's get these demons. Going into third-party facilitating venue of the emergency pet clinic. They've been monitoring and violating my person the entire time in relevant position. 8WPW961. 6ZMW466. License 7KXA223. 6CTL268, I believe. 06676K2. A license 7FHX033. 5ZEG717. 5EPB258. 6USS568. 7KWE280. CA34X97 paper, 7YRX056, 7WES258, 84238D3. License, let's see, 7RXS466. License 8KZA429, 5NFL916, 7DFH191. They're all molesting, and they're all molesting while I'm on the opposite side of the street, and their headlights, which are not capable of reaching onto the property of 875 South Euclid Avenue. Nonetheless, I'm being molested because those demons on that side are monitoring as well, and they are demons. All right, license 7PFC920, I read that one already. License 7232, I can't really see that one. License 8PRN165, 5XDM837, 7XEF304. No license plate on that one. 6UZX356. License 7AIZ874, 7EBG422, 8RAS392, I can't really see that one. 8DCG811, I believe, 9198083. It's 8:10 p.m. 7CKE273, 8S15015, 8HGV121, 7LUW773, 5MPN325, CHANY24, 7NQD620, 8YAN287. 7PQW 811. 8EGV 574, in case I did not read that one. License 7AGY 464. 8ZOV 766. 25347T2, security paving. License 8RMS 094. 8VIM 643. Eight GEN 615, 7 LZR 143, 8X MX 736, 7 ROP 844, 6 PZE 731, 7 CGW 744, 8 NVC 041, 8 WUR 133, 215 80V2, 6 YOG 877, 8 TKS 363, 6 YDR 600, 7 WTD 595, 8 MIC 289, 8 RTC 730, 7 XPK 920. License 8Z13294. As I am documenting the entity that is a stalker, all right, the people of the state are demons, maintaining specific knowledge as to who I am. You're dealing with not normal people. They're not separate while they're in different cars and different vehicles, living in different homes. You're dealing with the demon possessed. 7NMA 105. And so you're dealing with a different dynamic, okay? And so license 7VFV 778, 5RAY 816 are demon-possessed individuals acting collectively on behalf of the public entity that's practicing a satanic targeting system. And it is interstate stalking. And while I'm documenting what is the use of directed light while they're stalking in the path, Amazon Prime license 37150J3, 37105J3, 8XJD470. The entity is demonstrating that specific knowledge while that impossibility, this engineered light, continues to coexist. This is the same entity that indeed engaged in kidnapping. I documented the people of the state while they were engaged in the same surveillance conduct, stalking, maintaining presence, this obsessive maintenance of presence, while the kidnappers that are the entity, the Ontario Police, the Rancho Cucamonga Superior Court, and the San Bernardino Sheriff's Department, had my body chained up and handcuffed in the vehicle, keeping the fake sun over me, molesting my body with directed light, and these demons, 8EVE024, were stalking in the path. And that is what is the value of the documentation that I've captured while being kidnapped and not being kidnapped. And you're seeing the knowledge that they have while directed light, the fake sun, the ongoing conduct of stalking in the path with any method of light. This is what the entity is doing. This is exactly what they were doing. It's the same entity, the deliberate acting entity that is monitoring while engaging in kidnapping, an ongoing kidnapping by entity. License 6LIT915. License 8T99837. American Medical Response Crossing Path again while they're listening to me talk about how they're going to federal prison. 7KXM 765 engaged in more than one criminal act of kidnapping while federal group stalking and monitoring is what they're doing. Kidnapping somebody who's documenting it. License plate 6ROS 793. License 98305N2. License 7KCC 957. License 6474483. When you have what is a demon driving a commercial vehicle such as SENSATIONAL, such as Ryder, such as Amazon Prime, such as FedEx, such as UPS, such as United States Postal Service, you can fill in the blank because I've documented all of those companies engaging in molesting my body with that which is never occurring. Sunlight's not manifesting and bouncing off your car. It's the ongoing demonic activity. 7XBN640, when that's happening, you're talking about what is stalking by an entity that knows exactly who you are. They know exactly who I am. And this entity was engaged in the specific criminal act of what is federal group stalking and monitoring while engaging in an act of kidnapping by the entity. And that very conduct that I've already documented and continue to document is this is what I mean by making their own bed. While you are engaging in what is the conduct of a demon, you are telling your own secrets. I've told it. All you're doing is punctuating what I've already established. I laid it out. The demons are telling you about themselves. License 6ZGX610. 7FMZ865. License 7JVZ614. 42635X1. License 8RMB273, 8ZTG741, 8TBF 828. All of them engaging in monitoring while they're listening to me tell about how I'm going to prosecute them for kidnapping an entire government. Watch. The entity is engaging in this pattern of conduct while I'm kidnapped. That's exactly what I documented. Documented demons such as 5BJE906 who were stalking while while my body was chained up in handcuffs. That's exactly what they were doing. Kept the fake sun over me, moving directed light inside of the sheriff's department vehicles like it was laser tag in there. You ever been into like a dark skating rink and they move like laser lights all around? It's fun when you're skating. It's not so fun when it's directed light and the object which you have learned is to touch all over you while people follow you around all over the place. It's entirely demented. This is what the entity was doing while these demons that I'm documenting now are engaging in stalking in the path, monitoring with communication devices, engaging in surveillance as a demon-possessed entity. All right? License plate 7PGZ118, and it literally just like that. That's exactly what they were doing, and I documented them. 7UTZ745, and like I said, as I document one license plate, one company name, that's all I need. You're documenting the entity. All of them, they're acting as one. This is Satan acting through a people, and this is Satan acting through a government. That's engaging in criminal activity. 7BTR505. Yes, sir. License, they're all stalking. License 7ZXH372. License 9386OB3. 8HFP759. 8FZH884. CA96T64 paper. 8UYK381. 8XGF380. License 7AFC574, 8UZW656. In the same way that the entity goes to such, just ridiculous extent, the stupid light activity, the stupid audible activity, you're talking about what is showing the desperation to engage in this demonic conduct. This is determination. This is desperation. This is obsession that is personified through a people. This is Satan you're dealing with. You can prosecute somebody for having that demon possession on them while they're engaging in criminal stalking on behalf of a government. That's exactly what this is about. Federal group stalking and monitoring. You surely will be prosecuted for that. License plate 8Y46705. It's not a system of to have compassion. Oh, they have a no. This is not crazy. This is not insanity crazy. 5NUA316. This is evil crazy. There's a difference. Malice. That's how it's acknowledged under the law. And it is indeed that. That's why this entity engaged in repeated acts of kidnapping. All right? This is why the entity engages in what is harassment. I've shown you how Satan speaks, how Satan acts, and it is shared. 7TJK700. It is, again, like I'm telling you, this is why I go through. Pay attention, because there is no exception. 7UNF751. There is no exception. 8STC709. This is literally puncturing, deflating what is an ongoing system that has long existed. All right. Perhaps engaged in kidnapping somebody else, perhaps engaged in defaming somebody else. But the time has come. What is done in the darkness always has a date of expiration. Always. Okay. And contrary to what you may see in movies, actually evil doesn't win. We want to let you know that evil doesn't win. And evil actually knows that it doesn't win. They engage in an ongoing track race to try to slow down their inevitable defeat. That's essentially what evil is doing. 17ZC020. It's futile. It is pathetic. All right. 6PAK280. And guess what? With regard to what I'm doing, it's relevant to the way in which I'm going to prosecute you. That's what it's relevant to, because I'm representing the ordinary target individual. 8WMC702, 8TSC340, and the ways in which you're going to handily deal with these demons and deal with the government that may be a puppet of Satan. You're going to deal with them. You're going to throw them into whatever necessary facility and whatever cages they belong in based on the pattern of conduct as I have shown it to you. The ordinary American citizen shall not be subject to that. Or you're going to federal prison, straight up, period. CB66T15, and you're not getting out. You're not getting out. The 8VEJ387. License 8DIX865, 8BQK364, 6KGJ112. The entity, the government itself, is messing with people's lives, stealing everything. And I'm not just talking about material possessions, taking everything. They want to take your reputation. They want to take your physical, your material possessions. They want to take your career, they want to take, in America, what you need, well, in America, in California, even your credit, okay? You're talking about the entity wants to take everything, 8SFY636. In my case, you could take it, because I'm going to prosecute you. That's what that's what I'm doing. 7Y95765. There is no physical possession. There is nothing that you are engaged in that's going to stop what has been decreed from the heavens above. And I'm going to send you in federal prison on earth. I'm going to put you in federal prison. 1TLS, 2TG. That's exactly what's going to happen. And that is prosecuting the demonic tactics of an entity. Prosecuting it as a sex offender that it is, as the kidnapper that it is, as the thief that it is, as the harasser that it is. Acting through and bullying through a people as one time, excuse me, at one time. You're not dealing with different people. You're dealing with the same demon possession in every person that you are encountering. That's the reality of demonic activity. All right. And so, but you're talking about what is the most malicious system ever, as Satan uses a people. And so we are in the natural ignorant about what surrounds us in the spiritual realm. You think you're dealing with a totally different, Sally Jones different from Johnny Appleseed over here. But actually, they're both demon possessed. Both of them are. 5RJD907 and Sally Joe and Johnny Appleseed are actually those who are very familiar with you. Whether or not you are aware of that, the only way that you can discern that you can decipher that, perceive that, is based on what Johnny Appleseed and the two that you are not aware of them being under their condition. This demon possession is deduced based on conduct. License CVT1696. You don't have to engage in any scientific projects. All I'm stating is that what it is that I have alleged, what it is that I have documented, is present for all to witness, and it is serving for what is uniform policy. This is documentation of the sex offenders as I remain in Upland. I'm going to continue walking now. This is P.O.C. It's 8:22 p.m. HYG719. 8XBR950. 07004K1 8VKX535. Ryder crossing path. I'm at the 10 freeway exit, the 10 West freeway entrance. Ryder is heavily documented, but I just want to document sexual violence by Ryder, acting on behalf of an entity, engaging in the ongoing P.O.C. in the same way that Amazon Prime is. Third parties that are heavily documented, and they know that they're heavily documented. The entity knows this as well, so it's not different with regard to the entity itself. But I want to be clear, Ryder engaging in what is molesting my person, okay? This shadow of the truck, while they are driving on the road, reaching to the opposite side of the street in order to touch, that is a method of touching, and it's impossible light activity. All right, they're not even driving under any street lights at this freeway entrance. It's entirely dark, but yet you still have what is the shadow of the truck, which is running over my body while they are crossing the path, and they're stalking in order to touch me in this regard. All right, it is currently, by the way, license 61691K3, 6487. I can't really see that one. It's currently 8:25 p.m. 437. I can't see that one either. 8LWE 965, I believe. 8LXX434. 6RVV. I can't see that one. Let me just write that. American Medical Response Group stalking at the freeway entrance. The freeway exit. Driving in the same directed light, showing their demon possession. The shadow of the vehicle itself is moving around the vehicle. I've shown you this, for example, little demon possessed minions on skateboards. There's shadow. You've seen it on video. I've shown you this. The shadows are moving around their bodies while they're on the skateboards. That's what's happening with their vehicles. These are demons driving American Medical Response vehicles, coming around to engage in stalking. 7UNV170. What do you learn from that? Because I'm going to prosecute them. What do you learn from that? There is no exception with regard to demon possession. There is no exception. You're talking about what are puppets. This is the demon possessed population. 8LY8461. License 8LIV401. License 5HYX708. 8MUB713. 8KNH991. 8Y. I can't really see that one. 7CUJ019. 8EAM858. 7EKF796, I believe. I read that one already. 8BPU064. 7HCP815, 3VSX382, 7AVM239, 7WAS520. License 7VAD027, 5EJP526, 8CIV050, 9636772, 8WWF120. If any read that one. 64068V1, 8HHV456, 8CEV676, 8GJS247, 7WXK454, 8GHT931, 7ZZY118, 6VNF119, license plates 9636772, yeah. 8BSU416, T1990, 7MBN, can't see that one, 7NTH540, BF85P19, paper, 7HXD873, 8DAA067, 05604V2. That is Demon using a what is that? A utility vehicle, excuse me. Yeah, those are the demons of security patrol. They're not gonna get enough, boy. 74169J3, 7ZFK4. I can't see the rest of that one. 8VYY053, 8YBY915, 5HFX121. License 8ZR. I can't see the rest of that one. It's 8:29 p.m. 8YKY089, I believe. 7VJV390. 8WFY285. 4PYJ076. 7JVJ168, 8WGC330, 8ZFR939, 8KBZ272. It's 8:29 p.m. 8DOU, I can't really see that one. 6JDE485. 7JXN509, I believe. 8XTH116, 7WRJ549, 7NTU517. 5DV, I can't really see that one. 19194E2, a demon. 7WRJ549, 8RGQ954, 8DDA469, 5411. I can't really see that whole plate. 8EZB775, 6CJA271, 5LZS205, I believe. Can't really see that one though. 8NQW580, 00167L2, 8DSV886, 8TBF850, 6MAQ010, 8ZBW, can't see the rest of them, 8TBF850, yeah, I read that one, 8TKM131, 6WMP521, 8CMW661, Omnitrans Crossing Path, license 6ACR510, Alrighty, these demons whose license plates I'm reading, they're stalking with the state who's patrolling in helicopter, 8JCS 469. But you already know the entity is always stalking by helicopter. This is why they are already prosecuted as well. License 6TI4, I'll get that one in a second, I can't really see it. License 8VSV490. That is license 6TLA476, 6URZ199. 8CVX895, 5UNH716, 6PTV892, 7XYH286, 8KCG912, 43834D3, 7YGA121. License 6WMW. Can't see the rest of that one. 7CVR864. URBXNJA8LWA638. That is 7CBR864. Yeah. I can't see that one. 5LOU789, 8ALS311, 3Y90362, 8XXW235, 8AAH, can't see that one. 7R, I can't see that one either. 8TAP190, 8LMP148, see. 8HGM595, 6YJW036, all of them the same condition. I keep repeating it because it keeps being relevant. There is no exception. That's why the demonic environment remains. License 6ADW689, 8XHY011. License BF99N2U paper. License 8WRZ489. Stalking as a government. Engaging in sexual violence as a government. That shall be referred to as what is the perpetual sex offender. While you're engaged in interstate stalking in violation of existing federal law, 7RNB786. License C 8BPJ971, 5HWA552, 8ZFA623. ELRINO, 8MCY711, I think I read that one, 7RMB786, 8SNA625, 8XVM858, 7STV105, 8HPN788, 711, can't see the rest of that one. 7NWB399, 6UIU087, 6JTC910. 6CZX495, 6CYF260, 8HSC791, 8RG, I can't really see that one, 8XRT, can't really see that one, 8FOD915, 7XLG357, 8YPP493, 8YNV512, 8EAM136, 8NHX536, 8EDR607. 8UPV275, I believe. 7NWB399, 8EJM382, 8HPU220, I believe. C8DJH619, BF53BOZ, paper plate. License 8LQF781. License 8WVS410. 8PGV 951, 8AZW 558, 06001P2, 6VAV 169, 8GKP 798, R883RO, T8A4HD, that's Arizona, 7YEG 937, 6ZVP 790, 7MOP 341, 8BEB 858, 8SWP 906, 7GDF 289, 8TPA 217, 8WEC 390, 8YJZ 401, 8PTH 711, EOB2. That's all it is, EOB2. BE64X56 paper, STARK4, 8WTG219, 90355 K1, I believe. 7KEC 884, AMR license 66262T1, 7WHU 692, 6JPM 824, 6MQH 952. See, license 6NDP 312, 8VQN 030, 7VBV 748, 8YTS 126, SHA 00A, that's Arizona, 6UBM 892, 8JZH 450, 7RSJ 439, 4XRN 433, 8EQD 360, 7CSL 158, 8UVB 609, 6ZRW, can't see the rest of them. It's 8:39 p.m. 941655H3, 7SFJ 785. I don't think that was right. You scratch that. 5XBC 084, 8DGU 662. 8NCC 465, 89113J3, but I can't really see it that clearly. 7LJD 36, I can't see that one. 8VYN 820, or you could scratch that, I can't see that. 8BDN 840, 8RSK008, 8M, can't see that one. 6VCD 915, 03878, I can't see that one. 8ZFL 396, 8XQV 244, 4VGX 348, 8NCC 465, 7LDJ 364, 7LMX 178, 7J, I could scratch that one, 8SEG 341. 11729S2, 7MBU 480, 8UAU 806, 7DZX 204, 6HOT 662, RAYTREE, 8DCJ 688, 8KSY 612, 8D40163, license 8VPL068, CA94F67, I believe, paper, 7TFY078, 7RBM970, license 72149T2, a Demon, large commercial truck, 8XSW941, 8ZID731, CB26, I can't see that one, that's a paper plate, It's 8:41 p.m. 8FVV931. 6KWN388. 8WYE584. 8VMM383. 7UES591. 8WJP855. Security patrol, security paving. All they're doing is surrounding the perimeter of the freeway entrances with flashing light and driving up and down the street, just like the rest of the entity, but this is a specific company engaging in this. These are demons working for a company, 30217T2. That's all they're doing. License plate, 50027S2, 7KDN997, 6WBE744, 8YZZ613, 6588, 5V2, I believe. Can't really see that. 5MSY040. 8FVV931, I read that one. 7XPK920, 25347T2, security patrol. Security paving. 8DNW940, 8XJM392. 7ZQL389, 7FVT656, 8ALU481, 14241J2, MOOKIEZ, 8YDG314, 8ATU130. 7BBW974, 8TBF787, 8KUUY, I can't really see that one, 8NPM837, 4RPR203, 8CAW234, 7W494L2, 8YOW866, 8GUA834, 7SJG567, 6RIF323, 6S11, 6XSF913, 7JHL082, 16563V2, 5PBW061, 8JGN504, 7ZBW073, 2403, 7J1, 7WDA433, 8DMH819, BS44654. I'll read that one again in a second. 8CNV871. That is BS46G54. That's paper. 8DYM019. 8DMH819, 8NAW, can't see that one, 7EQB529, 7YLL288, I believe, 8UZS481, 6RVT187, 7CVD766, 7NVY934, 6NTF051, 7XVH529, I believe. This is a demon. 8WWF780. 38787K2. 8FBC005. That's a demon. License 7MWZ635. All right, these lines of demons get on the freeway. 7NVY934, sex offender demon. License 7AUC838, 31116B3, 8JFF526, 8UFY459. Demons, stalkers, and violent sex offenders, okay? This is the demon-possessed population. All of them all around in this goofy looking light, stalking somebody who's documenting it. And I'm gonna prosecute them while I'm telling the world about their condition, which their girlfriend may not even know about 6HGE780. Their girlfriend or boyfriend or whatever, whoever is in their life might not knowing, but it's unlikely. You're talking about what is the demon-possessed population, the demon-possessed for children. 7SLH585, the demon-possessed get married, right? You're just unaware of what is their condition. It is currently 8:47 p.m. 8JKT018, 8LAGL21, 8RHG715. The demon-possessed get prosecuted too. 8YKF131. License. 8NMU973. License. 5RRY016. 8WYA612. 7DVR308. I think I read this one in case I didn't. 8LAG021. 7CCB183. 7TSJ258. 8YPD171. 7LTB369. And 7B, I can't say that one. 7TLH737. 8YDY453. 8RHG715. Let's see. 4VLK353, 8PRT321, 8RZS614, 6WLX227, GKGMOD3, I believe. I can't really see that. Can't really see the end of that character. This is Black Tesla. TEEMAT. 8SUB578. San Bernardino, that is Ontario Fire Department, or Upland Fire Department. The same minions that were group stalking at Stater Brothers under the fake sun at 12:19 p.m. on February 27th. It's the same vehicle with the paramedic. I can't see the municipality symbol, whether it's Ontario or Upland. I am technically in the city of Ontario. I think it's separated by the freeway entrance. But again, you had Upland group stalking in Ontario, and these minions know they're being documented, so nonetheless, it is the entity acting directly. License in a paramedic's vehicle. License 8YBJ619, 27601P1, 8DWN373. License plate 7RYY124, 7NFM252, 5NEK414, 7WOW325, read that one, 8RAF467, LAXPATI, 7NXF126, 6KDJ078, 8TCN918, 8KSY612, a demon, 7Z, I'll get that one in a second, I can't see it. 6EQT250, a demon. That is 7ZTO977, I believe. Substantially similar, I'll get it in a second. 8YWA996, 8WNL778, 8XYA610. All right, this demon's license plate, a sex offender molesting me, 7ZTU977. Yeah. License 27522G2, 7MUP640, sex offenders, and these are the demon possessed. They are engaging in interstate stalking. They're violating federal law as I'm reading their license plates. License 7PQR320, 7VND 171, 8HVV 990, 6NDS127. License, I can't see that one, 8FQR516, 8YMY056, 3988883, 0264772, 02982L2. 6ZYN312, a demon. It is currently 8:51 p.m. This is staying at the freeway entrance, just reading their license plates while they're stalking in the path. They like to loiter. I can loiter even longer because I'm going to prosecute them. Mine's going for a purpose. This is literally purposelessness of demons whose time is up. It's currently 8:51 p.m. This is P.O.C.
License 8WYK303, 8TVY997, 6YSS517. Monitoring with American Medical Response, using their sirens to stalk in the path. License 28991S1. This is 6th Street and Euclid Avenue. License plate. Oh no, that's AMR and Ontario Police, both of them kidnappers stalking me. I'm very important to the demon possessed of the Ontario Police Department and American Medical Response, especially because I have surrounded them with evidence that they're not going to be able to address any federal law. But being demons, you don't have a legal argument, as I'm showing that you are literally puppets of Satan engaging in what is a satanic targeting system, where you're using the devices of human beings, communication devices, while you are of a specific condition, and those demons are driving police vehicles and ambulances. License plate 7CSW619, monitoring with the police and American Medical Response. 8WBX545, 5PBW061, using their hazards, sitting at the red light. 7RXX657, 7LMP806, 7FXE478, LXS129. License 5ETL084, license 6GNS882, license 3LZM166, all of them sex offenders and demons alike, okay? Let me remind you about the demons that we're monitoring. They're monitoring right now inside of the comfort of their third-party facilitating venue at what is 6th Street and Euclid. License 8NXM436, 6LSH137, and 92709J2. License plate 8RKV903, license 7VUP364. That is a massive facilitation when the entity engages in the creation. Let me be clear. Metrolink does the same thing when you're sounding the train. Union Pacific does the same thing. It's called facilitation. It's amplified audible activity. You're driving in a vehicle, driving down the street, sounding sirens, and using your lights. It's facilitating everyone else in relevant position to monitor. That's an ongoing act of terrorism by a government who's placing under surveillance with the demons who are surrounding, using their cell phones to monitor with that government. All right, so I want to be clear, I want to break that down. And again, this is at the third-party facilitating venue where direct light is spanning across their property. And during the day, the fake sun is over me while they're stalking in the path at that property. This is 106 6th Street, at the intersection of 6th Street and Euclid in Ontario. It's P.O.C. Oh, I want to be clear. They were monitoring where they live right here. This is a relevant position. As I stand at the freeway exit, as I'm at 375 South Euclid Avenue in Upland, California, they're monitoring. They're in relevant position the entire time. I am documenting as I am traveling on foot. They remain in relevant position for purposes of monitoring with communication devices. That spans a radius. That's why you surround me where I am with this ongoing activity. The entity is monitoring on a massive basis. Okay, so I just want to point that out. License plate 7TR0061, 7RZV500, 7PMR844, 7VDX004, 8PJE468. And that was literally the American Medical Response ambulance and the Ontario Police Department vehicle driving in front of each other, both of them using their lights and sirens together, driving in front on the northbound side of Euclid Avenue. License 7YEZ427, F468RO, or F46, 8RO, because I was thinking F46BRO. 8XTV596, 7TJZ804, 7XYH007, 11755G2, 8JVP897, 4U742, I can't really see that one, 8VHP150. And again, security paving, monitoring with the entity as well. License 8ZNJ343, BF8H04, paper. License, 6BTJ178, I believe. BH31R06, that's paper on a white Tesla. 8BTK370. License 7RKX657, 8AMP322, 7VAR965, 7NMF855,
48429K1, 6ZBB618. Yeah. 7PQ, I can't see that one, I'll get that in a second. 8UER004, 8FJS 697, 57063J3, 7JJH 382. Let's see, 570, I read that one. 7RKX 657, 7PQL 840. 57063J3, 19D R60, B515 93 substantially similar, 6GYW 637, 7XDU 119, 6VPR 432, 8GHH 735, 7GTH 043, CB1, I can't see that one. License, let's see, 5YJF 885. T199RO 7DNB187. These demons are so pathetic. Before, when I'm standing at the freeway entrance, they're speeding down this direction to get past my license, so I don't read their license plates while they're still stalking. And now while I stop here, now they're building up traffic. It's called relevant positioning. 8GCC082. License in a construction vehicle. License plate 6VIH123. That's United Rentals, license 19841T2. License plate 7PLE095. All right, where I go, the demon-possessed follow. They're going to follow me right into federal court because that's where I'm going to lead them. License plate 8UQR239. They are entirely pathetic. 8ZEN681. License 8PVS381. 5BLX909, 8WAW094, 7PSJ483, 8PEY039, 8HVP999, 7JZF374, 5BLX909, 4TRV194, because I didn't read that one. I think I read that one already. 62874Y2, 8WAK160, 8NRD521, 7GKK856, 4MNH295, 8DMH014, 8VOX753, 8RHJ523, 6NPE440, 5UJU214, 8MUR463, 4LKL253, 8EMJ152. Let's see. 8VOX753, 8EMJ152, WOM086, looks like Colorado license, it's out of state nonetheless. 8WUL352, 8YAU460, 7PUK411, OXA30C, 8GVP327, 8TAY149, 7LTT571. 8Y33559. License 47250Z2. 8FQP235. 79828W2. 7BBV069. 93403R1, Security Paving Company. Pacing up and down, flashing lights with their vehicles. That's all they're doing. This is state surveillance using a company. So much resources wasted on surveillance. Stalking. Using a company means to stalk. They're not doing anything. 7BBV069. They are doing so under when you are ignorant and you're thinking they are because they got a company logo and a hard hat on. They're stalking. They're demons. Stalking in the path. 8BKG187, 7TIL303, engaging in the hallmark of stalking, some method of light. Demons coming around, creating some method of light. They're demon possessed. 8VXR727, License 57240V1. 7XDM116. 7KKE885. This is so hilarious. When I was just on the opposite side, they were speeding by trying to get past. You know how I kept saying, oh, I can't see? Because these demons were speeding. They were speeding so fast. There's no traffic stopping them. The minute that I get over here, because of where I am, they're already stalking, period. But like I said, you see it with regard to everything that they're doing. It's centered on me. That is so pathetic. License 82574L1. And immediately traffic is built up. And why? Because they're maintaining presence where I'm standing. 8PQD179. All right, and right here at 6th Street, where the freeway exit is, and I walk past that, and at the red light is the 6th Street, 62EZ 466. So you have them just sitting here. Everybody wants to make a left turn right here at this street. Build up in traffic. It's called relevant positioning. 6XYU 495, CB39M54 paper, 5YQX 378, 57240V1 is the one skirting their tires. After loitering, they are crossing path nonetheless. They're not tired of waiting. They're stalking. They're crossing path. License 8LXG964. 7WOC077. License 7ZKV621. 8BKU935. 8XRA871. 8VON125. 7KXG719. 13455H3. License 8NEC802. 7GNJ013. License 8WDN555. 7WGC975. 5 RDL573. 8WHB775. 8PZS981. 5PKH243. 8PZS981, yeah. 8YTL362. 8UCP686, 8KCM560, 5RDL573, because I didn't read that one correctly. 15269G1, 6TW, I can't really see, 2269, I believe. 6TW2269, 6NCN897, RAYZGRG, 6MHY630. Already read that one. 0488783. 6NMW195. 6ZKF078. 8CNV871. 8VBK155. 8UNX199. License 6JXV347. Companies such as Security Paving doing nothing other than what is engaging in terrorism while they are stalking in relevant position, meaning they are repeatedly crossing path, loitering in relevant position, using their utility trucks with flashing lights on them. 8CIG898. It has nothing to do with construction, the same way it doesn't during the day while the fake sun is moving over me, which I have shown both in the morning and in the middle of the day and toward the end of the day. These are demons wearing a type of attire while they are engaging in the same exact monitoring conduct with the state. They are doing so in directed light as well. Directed light remains, and these demons are going up and down and around, facilitating these demons who are stopping in traffic around me in order to monitor. They're demons just engaging in they're just swirling all around with light activity, including the company Security Paving. I want to make sure I line that out. 7XFH222, 6YGE, I can't see that one, 6TOF019. 8MKB380, 6KMB994, I think I read that one. 8JGJ405, 8HZZ715, CLERG, and it is 9:07 p.m. 7VQB121. 8TTJ490, 8AWH857. It's so sad. The more that they hear about what's coming to them, the more obsession. This is the conduct of Satan, by the way. Satan is actually a spirit that is
very, very unstable, and you see it only acted out on people. 8TTJ490, but again, even that is just based on the typical person. You know, it works its way out in whatever personality Satan is operating over. But Satan is a very, with regard to the spirit itself, which is what Satan is, a very, very disturbed and demented entity. And the more that they listen to me tell them, which is exactly what I did, what they are doing is futile. Their pattern of conduct is fully laid out. You are going to federal prison. You are going to be prosecuted as a repeated kidnapper, a perpetual sex offender, a group stalker, 8YTR307, 7UEE735. And the more that they listen to that, the more that they engage in the pattern of conduct. But by more, what I mean is, did they ever stop stalking? No. You're talking about what is this buildup of traffic at the moment after I utter this sentence. The entity is paying very close attention to everything that I say. This is speaking to what is, I mean, it's pathetic, but this is relevant to that legislation. And this is what I'm speaking to, which is the waging of that threat, how you are neutralizing that threat, and you sizably address it with that federal law. All right. License 8NXB520, license 6WTE958, 6XDX887, 8XBV126, 5UCL417, 6ABV366. That's highly demented. All right, the ordinary person, but again, you're dealing with group conduct, but I just want to break down the ordinary person. If they're doing something wrong, especially what they know to be wrong, which a psychopath knows, they engage in what is conduct that is to back off, especially because you don't want to get in trouble, right? You don't want what you're doing to be made known. You don't want to be prosecuted for it. License 8BJB602, 7SEC987. The entity is engaging what is monitoring with communication devices, maintains knowledge of everything that's being accumulated against it, 7JPU283, 6ZLX367, and is engaging in an ongoing growth of obsession while it's listening to its oncoming judgment. All right, that is a demented actor. License 6SHP871. License 6HTM776. License 7XYH190. Now, with regard to what is the reality of spiritual this is a spiritual sickness, if you want, like an infection. That's what demon possession is. You're talking about 74484U2. Translating that into what is legislation to address that. It translates into what is an impermissible threat. License NZP 6094. While this 4RHZ761, while this demon-possessed entity is hungry to continue criminal conduct of an unprecedented level, it is engaging in what is 7HRG200, that which is necessitating federal policy in order to address what is that impermissible threat. The impermissible threat is built into the pattern of conduct by the entity. You're dealing with the demon-possessed. 7XQR161, 8EJX161, I believe, I can't see the rest of that one. And the demon-possessed 8WEE840, a population fully intending to maintain its unknown presence as being unknown. Okay, first of all, the fact that they are demons, that is very highly undesirable for that to be known. All right. Second of all, you're talking about what is the criminal conduct that these demons are doing right under your nose, in front of your face. 8VPK943. They're not just on the phone chatting it up like a normal person is. They're engaging in use of a communication device which is serving to monitor you with a government, with communication devices. That's what they're doing. All right, so it is serving an ongoing purpose, and it's entirely demonic. 7YAL546. That is the entity flying over my head by helicopter. License plate 57764. I can't see that one. License 8LLX194. And like I said, this is also the breaking down of that system. 8XRP329 is going to be prosecuted as a terrorist, a sex offender, a stalker. You are stalking in the path in direct light while the state is engaging in its ongoing pattern of stalking by helicopter. You are inextricably linked to that, and you are going to be held accountable for that. License 7VPU004, because the government is doing it through these demons who are surrounding me. That's why I'm identifying them. 4YDC460. Their presence is no longer seen as innocuous or having nothing to do with everything else that's surrounding. Oh, no, it's directly tied together. It's an ongoing system. It's concerted. License 8BAF732. And it's entirely demented. It's demonic. License
Let me see. It's currently 9:13 p.m. 8C 81671. License 7MPX 752. 8KQY 974. Many, many, many are the defeated. Many are the pathetic. Many are the inferior. Many of them. License 8TTU 158. All right. They have the biology of that loser 7NOC 657, Satan itself. Okay. You're not dealing with flesh and blood. You're dealing with a spirit, and that spirit it's a loser. It's an obsessed loser. T308UO. Imagine the loser that just will not accept it. That's what the demon possessed are. That translates into prosecution. That's an impermissible threat. Because you lose, whether you like it or not. It doesn't matter with regard to whether you like it or not. You're going to be dealt with very, very firmly under federal law, because this shall be policy. This shall be that which is a matter of prosecution for any ordinary targeted individual. And this shall be addressed all of the conduct of the demon possessed. 7MPC 595. And you see the conduct of animals. You see what they are. You see that there is no way to be deceived by them. These are demons of security paving company. These are demons of what are the police department. These are demons of your neighborhood paramedics. These are demons of driving around, living on whatever street that they're on. They are demons alike, walking outside of their home. They know where you are. That's how you are also unaware of this, because of the demonic environment that is following you around. Literally. I've documented this. That's not the sun that's remaining over my head. That is an environment that is following around. That is the supernatural. That's demonic. All right, so you're talking about what is documenting that, and that's what I'm speaking to. And as the entity engages in conduct such as stalking by helicopter, which is intended to terrorize, as you document that, then you're confronted with it in federal court, and you're going to federal prison. All right, and you want to hold hands with the government that's engaging in that conduct where it's going to federal prison. This is where you are talking about slicing down the how far are you willing to go with how bad you lose, because you lose. You want to go to federal prison and lose? You want to go to a mental ward and lose? All right. Or do you want to just catch that federal record, which is also, I mean, that's damning as well. You don't want that. But I know you don't want federal prison. You're not getting out of federal prison. All right. And let me be clear. When the entity engages in kidnapping by entity, it is to indefinitely confine. You engage in a fictitious prosecution because you have every intent to engage in permanently kidnapping or for a substantially, if less than permanently, you're talking about for an indefinite duration of time. It's an egregious criminal act. Intended to just have you dissolve into the system, creating up documentation and court documents such as this such and such hearing occurred, and we found this and we diagnosed that, and all of a sudden it just disappears and you're dissolved into the system and forgotten about. That's how you engage in a kidnapping. That's why you engage in a fictitious prosecution, trying to force someone to engage in a duplicate arraignment when the first arraignment wasn't even an actual real court case. That's why that's what the entity is engaged in. And these demons are monitoring with that government. You want to hold hands with that? It depends on how bad you want to lose. Because you lose, you're letting me know how bad you want to lose, where you want to go. 8TJV 926, 7JRH 866, 6SSX 616, 7DEW 739, 7KSE 877, 7WYV 117, 8BVY 269. And what is relevant with regard to the people of the state, again, as I have already stated, you're talking about what is that perpetual sex offender, the entity engaging in the conduct of that sex offender and the stalking, as I have documented license plates, and as I go through all my documentation when I am prosecuting this entity in federal court, and all the ways in which that the entity, by nature of the crime, they're aware of the fact that they're being documented, and with the ongoing knowledge as you are looking at the big picture at that point at federal court, at prosecution, you're talking about what is understanding the totality of the crime, the mindset that they maintain, all right, what is necessarily of a demented conduct, which is an impermissible threat, while you are, as a government, stalking. That's what the people of the state represent, and all the ways in which they're stalking, every way that they are stalking, the methods employed to engage in stalking, and while they are aware of the fact that they're being documented while stalking. Reading license plates, as I have documented thousands of the people of the state of California, and the numerosity, pure numerosity, will increase that federal prosecution that you are subject to when you are slicing down this entity. And that's necessary because based on what I've documented and the entity engaging in the conduct and the knowledge that they maintain, it's combined. because they are aware of the fact that they're being documented. They engage in deliberate conduct with regard to and demonstrating an ongoing motive to continue that criminal conduct, which is a threat to the life, which you don't have any constitutional right while you're stalking on behalf of the government. You don't have any constitutional right to stalk, period, or to engage in interstate stalking on behalf of a government. Also, while you are presenting a threat, because you're a freaking demon. Okay, so like I said, you are talking about all the ways in which you're going to address the people of the state, and you are necessarily doing so under federal law. And so what I'm speaking to, what I'm advocating, and what based on what the entity, as I am publishing this documentation, you are witnessing the animals that are the demon possessed. All right, regardless of the fact that they have a constitutional right, to sit in court and be told that you don't have a legally relevant argument. You're going to be prosecuted as a federal group stalker. Those who are engaged in kidnapping are going to federal prison. All right, and you want to engage in facilitation of kidnapping, you're going to federal prison. You're talking about what is the conduct of a psychopath, a delusional one, which is fit for what is being in a mental ward. All right, which is the irony of the entity that seeks to defame the targeted individual. All right, so I want to be clear, that is a threat to the public that the people of the state pose. These demons thinking that they can, as a group, bully an American citizen. I don't think so. So what I'm speaking to is the necessity with regard to addressing the documentation. When you're documenting a company, the entity is monitoring, and you're dealing not only the government that's monitoring, you're dealing with demons. So they know when their name has been spoken. I've demonstrated this, well, they demonstrated it. I've pointed it out to you while they demonstrated it so many times. This is relevant to that prosecution. When you are engaging in this repeated act, you want to engage in repeatedly threatening one as you are documenting the fact that it is already known that what you're doing, they are suspecting it, they're documenting you. You can engage in stalking 278 out of 365 days that the target individual was documenting. You're going to very likely end up in federal prison. You're talking about what is the wage of the threat that is presented while you're doing so on behalf of the government. The government's doing it through the people. So you'll have some super enthusiastic demons that want to engage in stalking every day. No, you're going to address that, okay? So you're talking about being documented several times while you are monitoring. You're aware you're a demon, first of all, and second of all, you're acting on behalf of the government. I mean, you're talking about multiple levels of an impermissible threat, of a terrorizing threat, all right? And so you're talking about addressing the very tactics that I have shown the people of the state engage in, using companies as I point them out. I mean, you're talking about law enforcement, they're going to get a whole other, I'm going to leave that there because I've addressed the ways in which you're going to handle and the infected law enforcement agencies. But I'm talking about the people of the state for the most part, and the people of the state act via company names and brands, all right? And they engage in what is, as they have demonstrated, like the companies that I ran down, you're talking about engaging in what are, exceptionally egregious criminal conduct and sexually violent conduct, and doing so through what are company names while they are monitoring your documentation. So it's not the pattern of conduct that's underway when the American citizen doesn't know. It's the pattern of conduct that's underway once they begin monitoring your documentation, meaning you suspect, all right? That is the impermissible threat right there. When you get into impermissible threat territory, you're talking about federal prison. All right, so I want to be clear with regard to what is the tactic. The government relies on the people of the state. Satan is relying on people. All right, so you got a choice. You can do that. You can go to prison. You can go to prison and do that because it is a matter of documentation, which is, again, you're talking about documentation which is independently corroborated. And so I've shown you the ways in which you can document. And this is speaking to a pattern of conduct by a government. And once you have established that prima facie case that the government is indeed engaged in federal group stalking and monitoring. So when you're documenting license plate 12345XZ and you document this every single day, the ongoing pattern of conduct by this particular one who is engaging in whatever it is that you're documenting while they're stalking the path, and repeatedly so, while they know that you're documenting them, you're talking about somebody that's going to that is engaging in what is the waging of an impermissible threat. There is no tolerance for that with regard to this is the government you're talking about, the government. All right, it does not get any more life-threatening than that, and that is what is speaking to the necessity of that. The people of the state are lawless, demon-possessed psychopaths and violent sex offenders who engage in stalking in the bathroom more while you document the fact that they are stalking you in the bathroom, who engage in assault with deadly weapons as you engage in documenting the fact that they are stalking through company names because you're hostile to that. This is the conduct of the demon possessed. They are animals, and that is lawlessness. And it is not to be tolerated whatsoever, because you're not talking about just some little pickaninny punk. You're talking about what is the government. All right? Like I said, as many of these third parties who talk big and tall, and they know they're being documented. Okay, they wish that I was not smarter than them. I let them run their mouth. Run your mouth. Because I'm prosecuting the entity through that face of that minion. Everything that's coming out of their mouth. All right, when the reality is I will stomp them out. That's the reality, but it's not about that. It's not about that. It's about the creation of uniform policy. Okay, so uniform policy, you're talking about whether the police want to play nice or whether they want to engage in overt harassment. Okay, and let me be clear. Police are engaging in harassment even when they're smiling in your face. You are subject to surveillance. You are threatening based on your identity. You are threatening based on your presence while you're subject to a pattern of conduct. You are getting beneath the surface. This is how you are thoroughly analyzing a threat, an unlawful threat, while criminal conduct that you remain subject to by a government remains underway. So let me break that down. So like I said, you have what is an entity engaging in this ongoing pattern of conduct. The government relies on the people. All right, so you're going to hone in on the people. You want to go to federal prison while you engage in federal group stalking and monitoring? I don't think you do. You want to lose your children? You want to lose everything that you have? While you're engaging in theft of property, while you're engaging in what is defamation, which is designed to result in kidnapping, loss of reputation, and any other type of threat to the liberty of that American citizen who's subject to the system. That is relevant to how all the ways in which you're going to prosecute the people. All right, these demons are engaged in, and they are accustomed to clearly what is the old order of things, engaging in conduct, thinking that you can bully your way through because you have a multitude of minions. There are a multitude of inferior minions. They're not even intelligent. Okay, you're talking about what is the tactics, which I'm showing you. None of this is about rocket science. It's about common sense and paying attention to detail, because that's where Satan lies. Satan lies in the subtleties. Satan lies in the details, counting on you to not pay attention to it. All right, counting on you to not maintain your composure enough to deal with it, to address it. Okay, and that's what a little punk talking crazy to me is really about. That's what that's really about. All right, I have not lost my focus, and so you're talking about what is the minion that's talking tough yesterday. She's going to federal prison tomorrow. Okay, and that's the end of it. You're talking about criminal summoning. No tolerance for that whatsoever. And that is upon understanding the volatility, the threat that is entirely unlawful, that the ordinary American citizen is subject to. I experienced it, being kidnapped. All right, and you're talking about the audacity of the government. Okay, that's very bold for them to do it to somebody who knows the law. That's what they did to me. I know the law, okay? I know my rights, and they did it to me. I am representing the ordinary target individual. There is absolutely zero tolerance for that. You want to engage in repeated acts of documented stalking on behalf of the government, that will be directly addressed at your prosecution, because you're going to be named individually for what is the conduct on behalf of an entity. When you are documented engaging in what is 72 out of 90 days of documentation by an ordinary target individual. All right, you took up a lot of that time engaging in threatening the life of another while you're aware of the fact that you've been documented, and it's already established as the P.O.C. You know very well that you were being documented. All right, and that's directly relevant, and there is no legal argument to that. You're talking about what is the inclusion of the supernatural engaged in this pattern of conduct. It is demonic activity. You are literally addressing evil while you are prosecuting a crime. That's essentially what you're doing. And so, like I said, you can say whatever. I'm referencing third party. They can say whatever they want. The P.O.C. is clear. I've made it clear. That's why I let them have a field day with your director. Like, go ahead, show your true colors. Show exactly who you are. Because I'm going to understand that stalker, that demon, knows exactly who I am. And they also knew when they were stalking and monitoring while I was kidnapped. They had that same knowledge, engaged in that same exact conduct for the same criminal purpose. That's why you do that. That's why you document. Okay, and I'm speaking to what is the establishment of uniform policy. Everything that the entity is doing is demonstrating that threat that it intends to pose, that it is speaking to what is with regard to revealing the necessity and of policy to address that sort of threat by that sort of people. Okay, this isn't about race. It's not about gender. It's not about age. It's not about where they live, how rich they are. Let me tell you something. The demon possessed that live in the high West Hills somewhere, and the demon possessed that are living in an alley are going to be prosecuted the same under federal law. They're demon possessed, and you need to understand that actually there is no difference between the two. They are equally depraved, equally demented. Taking on different positions in the natural, serving Satan alike. Okay, and enthusiastically so. This is a population that is actually of the hell Satan. Let me tell you something. They're waiting for the day where they can openly do that, and it won't be considered weird. But that's really the and I mean that. You're talking about praise Jesus today. In their hearts, it's hail Satan. These are the demon possessed. All right, this is the demon-possessed population. So anyway, I just want to speak to that with regard to that sort of policy and how the people of the state are necessarily addressed using that federal law. The government is relying on the people, and so you are going to press down fiercely with federal law on the people. With regard to the government, that is handling itself. Law enforcement is in many ways already addressed under existing federal law. And again, I advocate additional policies, of course. But you're talking about dealing with American citizens who are engaging in criminal activity on behalf of a government. And in doing so, in a manner, the government literally is relying on the people of the state, relying on them. Facilitation is based on the inclusion of the people of the state. Everything that the entity is doing is based on the necessity of the people of the state. Engaging in state surveillance while the people of the state are appearing as though they're focused on a construction site. This is everything I'm showing you on a daily basis. And they're demons stalking in the path of light, stalking with activity, while they are outwardly taking on the form of being focused on some other activity. This is everything and everywhere that you are going. Federal law is necessarily to address what is the documentation of the repeated criminal acts of federal group stalking and monitoring by the people of the state. All right, so this is speaking to what is less necessarily, beware. And my documentation has already shown that. This is speaking to what is the establishment of precedent, all right? And because of what follows. So you're talking about you don't want to be documented. You certainly don't want to be documented more than once, all right? With regard to what is a very serious prosecution being documented even one time, let alone engaging in the multitudinous acts of obstruction of justice. All of this is necessary. You are dealing with a beast that are the demon possessed. All right, and not a beast as in anything that is to be fearful. I'm handling the minions, okay? It takes one with regard to the ability to do that. And I'm not saying that's something that I want to do or that it's not about me. It's about the establishment of uniform policy because I can understand the ordinary target individual, the situations that this entity I've been in and confronted with them. If I did not know the law, if I didn't know, and I can just imagine what is happening with American citizens who are being bullied in this regard by the government. And it's entirely sad. And so this is why, with that understanding, speaking to what, it is necessary. It has to be the case, and there is no other way to address it. All right, and so you're talking about what is dealing with the government. This is throwing literally government actors. Government is nothing other than fiction, by the way. We create the notion of government. What is government made of? Government is made of nothing other than people. People that we place in positions, and then we give them authority, and then we give them the power to govern over us. It's really a fiction. We created it. Those very government actors are going to federal prison. Those government actors that are placed in those positions are puppets of Satan. Satan is using them. All right, they are bowing at the knee of Satan, suckling at the teat of Satan. They serve Satan. It's very real. It's very, very real. All right, and this is no joke with regard to any exercise of religious rights. I don't care what you're lighting candles to in your own living room. Serve Satan all day and night. I don't care. Get out your Ouija board, whatever you burn your candles, do whatever you do. But you're talking about what is criminal conduct, violating another and terrorizing another, and demon possession. While you maintain a right to do that in your own home or wherever it is that you do it, you don't have a right to terrorize another. Demonic activity and demon possession serving Satan is conduct of the very highly peculiar and demented. You want to be demented, do it on your own, but you don't get to terrorize another while you're doing that. And the government's not just doing that with one person. The government's doing it through the people of the state. while Satan itself keeps seeking to conceal its presence in the environment. 8RNE113. Satan itself that is present and very real and using people and using government bodies, seeking to maintain what is, and hope that you remain ignorant of Satan's very presence. I'm showing you this. I'm speaking to what is the reality of demonic activity, and that is something, that's knowledge that is necessary with regard to what is this revealing what the government is engaging in. Demonic activity is very real. It's very prevalent. You're talking about what is a demon-possessed population. All right. And so with this knowledge, you're talking about what's criminal conduct that you may very well be subject to. And you're talking about the recognition of the symptoms of that. All right. And it is not taking anything of any sort of rocket scientist to do so. All right. For example, this morning, my video documentation at 9:52 in the morning. Whereas at 9:52, a light source is directly over my head where I'm in the city of Upland. Okay, well, less than a mile north of that address, in other words, adjacent to that building, the building of Upland Public Library, the entity engages in setting a fake sun in alignment with me. All right, that is not any possibility of the sun whatsoever. And by end of the day, I mean in excess of 7 hours later. All right. You're talking about 5:12 p.m., which I documented, I believe, February 23rd, as of late, at the Upland Public Library, which I documented 4 p.m., I documented 4:43 p.m., I documented 5:12 p.m., the entity keeping what is not possibly the light source. Let me be clear, while it is over the roof of the Upland Public Library at 12:19 p.m., at 1:02 p.m., okay, I'm talking about at 2:10 p.m., as I documented today, the light source is directly over the same building in the morning as I arrive within the 9 o'clock hour. That's not the sun either. It's an impossibility. All right. This is very clear and obvious for any person. And this is a symptom of understanding what you are surrounded with, who you are surrounded with, who you are surrounded by, and what is their condition. Their condition is directly relevant, and it doesn't matter what they look like. All right, so this is learning to trust what is the telltale signs and not the deceptive representations or the outward conduct which is intended to deceive you or confuse you. Well, they're really, really nice. I mean, they've never done anything mean to me. I don't really think that they're demon possessed. Oh my gosh, that sounds so extreme. I don't know about that. I don't think she goes to church. It has nothing to do with any of that at all. Okay? This is speaking to that which is a matter of an ability to know as a matter of objective evidence, which is necessary in order to prosecute for terrorism. But it's a matter for you to know. And it's not just about you witnessing my prosecution. It's about you knowing for your own self, for your own life, because we're at a crossroads where obviously it's necessary that somebody else needs to know. And so you need to know about what is the ability to identify demon possession. And it is not about how nice they are to you. And if you step back and pay attention and really analyze, they're actually very nice, probably on the surface, and not generally, really, truly, genuinely that. Like there are always symptoms. There are always signs. And it's not about somebody talking about, oh, it's perfection. That is the first thing out of a minion's mouth. Perfection is not even relevant. It's about what's going on in your heart. Nobody can see what's going on in your heart. All right, you can very well be a nun and harbor the desires of an axe murderer just because you have not acted on it. But it's a matter of what's in your heart. It's not about what you act like on the outside. Demon possession is something you cannot physically perceive. You can know it by the conduct that they're engaging in and also the demonic environment. I have shown you the signs of it. All right. Demons are in an element where they are comfortable. That environment tells you about them. All right. What they are doing tells you about them. All right, and that's directly relevant. So anyway, I just wanted to go through that as I'm identifying these hundreds of third parties, many of them repeatedly crossing paths and doing so on behalf of the government. What I'm talking about with regard to the people of the state, it's by implication, it's addressing the government. The government is that stalker that is obsessively engaging in an unlawful, impermissible threat while continuing to engage in stalking and monitoring while monitoring that documentation. What you're going to, though, handle first are the people of the state. All right. And then you address the government. It's an entity, and you're talking about what is imploding the system and addressing them under federal law. All right, you're dealing with the psychopath and all of the heads of that beast, if you will. All right, and you're talking about what is a beast by virtue of what is entirely demented, what is sick and wicked, not what is in any way formidable, okay, or to be feared. as I'm literally breaking down to you what is stupid light activity, stupid audible activity. This is nothing sophisticated. And Satan is a follower, literally engaging in stalking conduct. Hello? Satan is following you around. Satan is nothing to fear. All right? Satan is literally a stalker. And stalking after one, he can't have me, okay? Can't touch me. Cannot have me. I will never serve Satan. I will tell all of Satan's secrets. I will tell all who are under the impression of Satan, who don't want you to know about their demented conduct when they're in the dark and nobody's around, what they're going through. It's called demon possession. Okay? So anyway, it's currently 9:38 p.m. and I'm continuing to walk after documenting many of the people of the state who are going to be prosecuted. It's currently 9:38 p.m. This is P.O.C. 5TPV266, group stalking at Bank of America at 735 North Euclid Avenue in Ontario at 9:39 p.m. License 8DAA199. Got a demon, can't help themselves but to touch me while they're stalking, driving a silver Camry parked in front of Pizza Hut. All of this venue is monitoring with this fat Latino male wearing a black t-shirt. Alrighty, this sex offender's license plate. This fat Latino male wearing the black cap. He's got tattoos on the back of his neck. I took a picture of his hot dog neck while he's standing in Pizza Hut on surveillance cameras. Pizza Hut's at 715 G Street, I believe. 8TBK077. This is a demon that's stalking in the parking lot. They're literally waiting for me to arrive, and then they touch with light, which is reaching over to touch me from the sidewalk. It's the same pattern of conduct. The entity's touching with light. It's the conduct of a demon, and the engagement of that sexually violent conduct by a stalker, and its facilitation. The rest of the entity is monitoring, including Pizza Hut, the venue that they walked inside of on surveillance cameras. By the way, it's 9:42 p.m. It is currently the intersection of G Street and Euclid, and the plaza that includes Blank Fitness. They're all monitoring. They can be in there working out whatever they want. The federal group stalking and monitoring is underway. It is currently 9:42 p.m. All right, these demons coming down the street. Directed light is in front of me while they are behind driving. Impossible light activities, 7LJR828, 8JHS372, 7NPA414, 6TNK433, 8HND250, 5NCZ104, 9:45 p.m. All right, this sex offender, license BU08W18, molesting at D Street and Euclid. It is currently 9:48 p.m. Let me be clear. Starbucks at 507 North Euclid Avenue is monitoring with this minion who is stalking to molest. Gloria's Cochinas is engaging in sexual violence. They're sitting in that restaurant in relevant position, monitoring while this sex offender is molesting at the light. Again, that's license BU08W18. It is 9:49 p.m. All right, this Latino male, driving license CB57S87, Tow World. My shadow is in motion, moving across the passenger door of his truck. 94542D3, I believe. I can't see that one, but this one, 7MXS542. They're demons monitoring together, and that again is a paper plate on a tow truck. I'll just leave that alone, but that is a paper plate taped onto a business vehicle, a tow truck, while they're engaging in monitoring. This Latino male is in operation of his communication device while my shadow is moving in the direction that is north across the passenger door of his vehicle while it is sitting stationary at the traffic light. All right, that's the same light activity that you're seeing on the brick wall at next door to what is 375 South Euclid Avenue in Upland, California, where this is the same conduct of what is impossible light activity. You're looking at what is the fanning out of directed light. It's just dynamic light on its surface. And this is what's occurring on his car while I'm sitting here looking at him stalking at an intersection, monitoring. It's currently 9:51 p.m. License 00137G3. Had a demon with a spotlight on their bike, group stalking at Transit. It's in alignment with where I'm standing at the crosswalk. That's a demon stalking in the path. License C. It's, by the way, 9:56 p.m. And that demon with that spotlight is going to be on traffic cameras. Crossing the street right now on a little scooter bike. They're stalking. That's a demon. and their shadow is moving around their body while they're on the bike. These are the goofy looking demons that they are. These are sex offenders, license plate CA96T64. And I don't see a license plate on this one. But I do see a license plate on this one. License 59586G3. This is the same 150 East Hall Boulevard building where you saw the demons stalking under direct light under the fake sun this morning, 8TIM755. They're molesting in the same way. This is P.O.C. It's 9:57 p.m. These are sex offenders that line up all around in order to take their turn to touch all over while they're stalking. All right, my ability to specifically describe what is literally the conduct. You are stalking, coming around you, where exactly where you know where I'm at. Maintenance on behalf of the state, that's called stalking. And your objective, which is criminal because monitoring with communication devices is underway, your objective is to maintain light, touch with light, surround with light, which is both terrorism and the conduct of a sex offender that wants to touch. License 8THC553. License 8GQW620. License. These demons monitoring with Union Pacific. Let me get them. 03223B3 5YAL570. That is Union Pacific creating audible activity in direct light. It is 9:57 p.m. C. That's a demon. BFZ1P20, that's a paper plate. And by that's a demon, what I mean is you are using nothing other than the sound of a train. Again, you're dealing with the demonic. There's not really earthquakes occurring inside the Fontana Lewis Library while those demons are creating shakes for minions who are group stalking at the Fontana Lewis Library. But my desk starts shaking, right? In the same way, this is demonic. You were talking about what is the sound of a train while I happen to be documenting as I engage in movement, which is walking across the street. It's demonic activity underway, and it is occurring under the guise of what is any kind of noise. This happens to be the noise of a train. It's amplified. It is attributed to a real entity that is the state of California acting through what's the stalker that's heavily documented is Union Pacific. There you have it. Union Pacific shall be prosecuted as that they are directly documented engaging in a repeated pattern of stalking, crossing path using a train, stalking with audible activity, engaging in the absurdity of the terrorism, as I've documented up to 25 times, crossing path on the train. Let me be clear, actually. The entity engages in the creation of train activity while there's not even any train on the tracks. Okay, and this is the reality of dealing with the demonic. All right, you are dealing with demons. You're dealing with what is their creation of activity, and it's demonic activity. What are demons concerned with? While you are dealing with the supernatural, providing an ongoing narrative as to what is natural occurrences around you. That's not some engineered light, directed light. Those are just my headlights. Oh, that's not directed light engineered. That's sunlight. Sunlight shoots like a laser across the street, moving across buildings while I'm driving under the sun, right? All of this is assuming your absolute ignorance and of what is the environment. And I mean, you literally have to not be paying attention that you clearly know that that's not, first of all, that's not even the sun. You're talking about, second of all, the sunlight is not bouncing off. I mean, it's just absurd, patently absurd. So anyway, that's what demons do. That's the purpose of demonic activity. This is what I'm speaking to with regard to form. These demons are consumed with what is form, because this is actually the supernatural. So you're talking about what is a train track? Demons engaging in ongoing stalking with audible activity and creation of audible activity under the guise of what is an ongoing train. So you literally have a demon that is running, there literally is an operator that's driving a train. But let me be clear, that is not, the necessary requirement for the creation of audible activity, sounding of a train. This is demonic. Do not forget that. Anyway, it's currently 10 p.m. This is P.O.C. at the Ontario Museum of History and Arts.